Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms and hit that subscribe button on YouTube. PSP Network. It's game day.
Today, we deliver more wonderful birthdays at Trinity Health Family Birth Center. We offer all new private, family-centered suites. Our maternity team provides more personalized support, advanced care, and the reassurances of a NICU and a neonatologist on staff. Take a virtual tour at trinityhealth.org/Family Birth Center. Trinity Health, making more possible.
If it's fire damage, Agent Fred Iyer. From burnt to unburnt, he does that.
Our history sets us on our path. From the moment we're born, we begin our walk through life. We learn so we can discover. We find our passion and develop our skills. We build relationships. We start thinking about what we're going to leave behind to those we love. Let our legacy help shape yours. First International Bank and Trust. No matter your place in life, we can help you live first.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Have over 60 years combined experience in the field. Not only are we writing estimates, talking with customers, we're in the shop working alongside of our team members.
I've always had a very strong passion for repairing vehicles. I've been doing it since I've been in high school, and I've always enjoyed seeing the vehicle repaired back to their original conditions.
Thank you for the opportunity to serve the Bismarck-Mandan community for the last 7 years. We look forward to expanding into our new addition to better serve our customers, Centennial Collision and Paint.
The Williston Coyotes are the team on the rise in WDA softball this year, but their biggest test is ahead of them today. The Minot High Majettes and Williston Coyotes, 2 of the WDA's 3 unbeaten teams in the conference at the halfway point of this season, meet today from the Shields South Hill Softball Complex in Minot, right here on the PSP Network. Welcome to the ballpark, everybody. I'm Owen Patterson on the call for both games today between Williston and Minot. We start with the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show with timely services that won't slow you down and no appointment needed. Stay in your car, drive through oil change service. Take about 15 minutes at any of the Valvoline Instant Oil Change locations in Minot or Bismarck. Find out more of what they can do online at VIOC.com. Well, after finishing just 1 win away from the state tournament last year, Williston came into this season top 5 in the preseason coaches poll, and at least through the early part of the season, they have proven it. The Coyotes come into Minot at 7-1 and 4 wins out of their first 4 conference games this year, all down in Bismarck. including some wild games, which we will get into throughout the pregame show and throughout the broadcast today for both games of today's doubleheader. It was originally on the schedule to be a non-conference doubleheader, then it got taken off and it was back. I do believe this will be a conference game today between Williston and Minot High, counting towards the standings. They will meet in not too long in an in-season tournament, so this is the one that counts, and the other one maybe some revenge for one of the teams today. We'll get into the WDA standings, brought to you by Trusted Tire and Auto in a little bit. Take a look at the Northern Plains heating and air keys to the game, and also the Prestwich Orthodontics players to watch. That's all coming up next on the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show, getting you set for Williston and Minot. WDA softball today on the PSP Network.
For a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
Right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese. It has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah.
Order for Danny? Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Learned a lot about why local matters. Unlike those guys, we take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a Trusted Tire and Auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
Easy. They take care of their customers.
That's right, Carson. You may be number 11 on the field, but at First Western, you and our customers are never just a number.
First Western provides the best in customer service.
When our customers call with a question, we answer their call personally.
Now that's pro-level service.
Thanks, Carson. Professional, friendly, full-service banking is what you can count on at First Western.
First Western. You can bank on us.
The nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here.
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Financial plan, or planning for farm or business succession. Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Welcome back to Minot on the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show ahead of Game 1 today between Williston and Minot High. Some high school softball for you on a Tuesday afternoon, evening. Getting there, having a look at what else is happening on the PSP Network this week. Again, pretty light spring schedule for us. Softball and baseball broadcasts today from Minot and Bismarck. Legacy and Century, a rivalry game there. The Sabres, the defending WDA champions, returning a lot, especially on the pitching side of things, going up against a Century team that can hit the baseball well, but they haven't been able to keep opponents off the scoreboard so far. Same start time down there at the Muni. Then we do have here at South Hill, and then we'll come back on Thursday for 4 baseball games on the network. Legacy takes on St. Mary's, again staying in town, but 2 road games there in Bismarck for the Legacy Sabres. And meanwhile, up here in Minot at Corbett Field, we'll get to see the Minot North Sentinels baseball team for the first time. And after that, we've seen just about every Sentinels athletic program, haven't we, on the PSP network. The Sentinels host Mandan. That should be a very exciting game in the middle of the WDA baseball standings. But how about we look at the sport we're concerned with today, the WDA softball standings, brought to you by Trusted Tire and Auto, coming back from the Easter break. And into really, I guess you could call it the second half of the season. Don't have too much to go on this spring calendar. Just about a 9-week regular season we have here in North Dakota. But Minot High, the early leaders in the Western Dakota Association. They've taken 8 out of 8. Technically just 7 games played. They won a double counter before the weekend over Turtle Mountain 24-0. Improved to 10-1 overall on the season. Do the Majets. Bismarck High has been right there, neck and neck with the Majets the early part of the year. 11 wins out of their first 12, including a 6-0 conference record for the Demons. That matchup between Minot and Bismarck, highly anticipated, coming up on the schedule. But first today, Minot's going to get past Williston, or Williston can jump ahead of Minot in the standings. The Coyotes are 4-0 this season. They swept Century and swept Legacy before the break. 7-1 overall with a couple of nice non-conference victories for the Coyotes. Dickinson, Jamestown, and Minot North, really the middle 3 right now. Don't forget about Legacy and Mandan. Century and Turtle Mountain still looking for their first wins in conference play. Those standings brought to you by Trusted Tire and Auto. And, well, it's shaping up to be a bit of a separation between the top 3. Really, Dickinson, I think you could lump them into the top 4. And then you got the middle group there, 5 through 8. And Century and Turtle Mountain falling behind a little bit at the early part of the season. But there's still, of course, half a season of softball to go. Focusing back on this game today, let's take a look now at our Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game. With over 25 years of experience as your heating and air experts and the factory authorized dealer for AeroSeal, there's no other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains. Find them online at northern-plains.com. For the Williston Coyotes, it might just be as simple as following the lead. Riley Ergen, their leadoff batter in 8 games, has an OPS of 1,800. She's had 5 home runs, 10 extra base hits, and 16 driven in, all out of the leadoff spot. Those lead her teams, and she's what's going to get started for the Coyotes today on offense against one of Minot's top pitchers, Hallie Baker, who comes in with an ERA just above 3, but needs some defensive help today to keep that numbers down, and that's right on with the Majets' key to the game today. Some solid defense. Just going back to the last doubleheader we had on the PSP network against Mandan, 2 wins for the Magi, but they were 2 close wins because of some untimely errors. Some cleanup defensively for Minot High should do the part today to take 2 wins from the Coyotes. Those are your Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game. We'll take another quick break here on the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. Talk about a few more individuals to watch today. Set up the pitching matchup and the batting order ahead of first pitch. Game 1 between Williston and Minot on the way on the PSP network.
Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
Rooted in the heart of our vibrant communities stands Bravera Bank, offering complete financial services for banking, wealth management, and insurance. From home loans and checking accounts.
Let me tell you about the cashback rewards with this account.
To wealth management, we'll help you forge your path ahead.
Let's create a plan to reach your financial goals. Sounds great.
With specialty insurance coverage, our advisors ensure your operation can carry on.
Looks like it's going to be a great harvest.
I can't believe I wrecked my car. There are some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
Deliver more wonderful birthdays at Trinity Health Family Birth Center. We offer all new private, family-centered suites. Our maternity team provides more personalized support, advanced care, and the reassurances of a NICU and a neonatologist on staff. Take a virtual tour at trinityhealth.org/family birth center. Trinity Health, making more possible.
Making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go. The team at Ackerman Estbold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estbold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
As a group of people living in the same place or sharing common goals. Community is the largest part of our name, and we make it the largest part of our business. We support our local schools, organizations, youth programs, and local events from Bowman to Bismarck, because we all share a common goal to better the quality of life in our communities. Come bank with us at Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your real community bank.
Minot seek transformation. ServPro's construction program brings both vision and precision. From that very first hammer strike to the final touch of paint, our dedication remains unwavering. It's not just about remodeling, it's about legacy. In Minot and Bismarck, ServPro is your partner in transformation. We don't just build back, we elevate every space.
Into this. With Shots Crossroads Fuel to Food reward program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shots Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shots Crossroads.
Well, the warm temperatures have stayed mostly away today in Minot for high school softball on the PSP network. It's not terribly cold outside, but after having the 70 degrees earlier last week and over the previous weekend, 47 degrees and it feels like of 32 isn't necessarily pleasing to everybody today in Minot. A rather small crowd on hand here at Shield South Hill, but we're still yet to get to first pitch here between Williston and Minot High. A doubleheader in the WDA today. The Coyotes and the Majettes, both teams without a conference loss on their record this year. Williston's one loss was to Beulah, actually, a Class B team out of the Southwest region. The Miners have a very good pitcher down there in Dale Geiger, and they've played a lot of WDA opponents, Williston and Bismarck, two of them. They got the Coyotes in game one, 3-2 there. Minot High lost to another very talented pitcher early in the season in the bubble against Grand Forks Red River. But in the games that count, I guess you could say, in conference play, both teams are unbeaten so far. That will obviously change today. Could someone stay unbeaten, though? We'll find that out as well. 4-0 Williston, 8-0 Minot High, clashing today at the South Hill Complex. We're meeting the starting lineups here, so let's take a look at the Prestwich Orthodontics players to watch. And we will begin on the Williston side. By the way, Prestwich Orthodontics specializes in braces and Invisalign for all ages. They offer 0% financing and free consultations, virtual or in office. Enjoy professional treatment and a fun, relaxed atmosphere. Check them out at minotbraces.com. Well, we already talked about their leadoff batter for the Coyotes. Riley Ergens leading the way in the power hitting department. But when it just comes down to hitting well, Allie Wilcox is surely there, hitting .483 on the year through 8 games. And Williston is coming off one of the more wild games you have ever seen in WDA softball. A marathon game against Legacy. Both teams scored over 20 runs in Game 2 down in Bismarck last week, and Wilcox took full advantage of all the extra ABs. 3 extra base hits in that game, including a home run for her. Total pushes that to 2 on the year. Has 8 runs driven in this year. Allie Wilcox, the player to watch for the Williston Coyotes today. Can she put together a box score, a stat line that looks anything like what she had against the Legacy Sabres? It would be pretty hard to do. Judging against the Minot High pitching staff, who might not let you score 20 runs today. Hallie Baker is inside the circle in game number 1. The Majet's starting pitcher making her 5th start of the season. She has struck out 22 batters while just walking 10 over the course of 22 and 2/3 of an inning. And just the Minot High pitching staff in general this year, 80 strikeouts between the 3 of them. Terrell, Barch, and Baker. Baker gets the nod today for Minot High. Facing off against Williston, it's a Minot High pitching staff we've seen, depending on the defensive help that they get, can pitch very well, as they did against Dickinson, but also have at times allowed a few too many runs, but have gotten away with it against Jamestown and Mandan. Should be a good matchup today between the Coyotes and Minot High. First pitch is right around the corner, but first it's the playing of the national anthem. Another reminder, this has been the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. They know we're busy. That's why when you visit any of their service centers in Minot or Bismarck, they won't waste your time or their own. Valvoline Instant Oil Change technicians can typically perform a full-service oil change in about 15 minutes. Find out more of what they can do online at VIOC.com. You might be wondering who's the purple team out there today. It's Minot High, the Alzheimer's awareness game. Gives them some alternate uniforms for the Majets today. They'll be in the purple jerseys, the gray pants, purple socks today against Minot High, against Williston, who of course will be wearing all gray. So it's going to look pretty similar out there on your camera or on your screen today on the PSP network here with the gray clouds above us as well at South Hill. Well, we just talked a little bit about the starting pitcher, Hallie Baker, a little bit about that stat line, the strikeout numbers, but here is the rest for Hallie. A 2-0 record in 6 appearances, making her 5th start of the spring. 22 and 2/3 of an innings, 22 strikeouts to 10 walks. And there we go. I built graphics for this. Got to show them. Hallie Baker, a 3.09 ERA, and that ranks 3rd on the team, but 3 very good pitchers on the staff for Minot High. As we said in the keys to the game, and as we might say a lot early on, it's a lot about the defense, a few defensive changes as well for Minot here into game 1 of the day with Baker inside the circle. Taking a look now at the Williston batting order. The Coyotes will be led off by Riley Ergens and Allie Wilcox, the 2 players we mentioned in the pregame show. Put them at the top. Kayla Slagle bats 3rd, Mika Klumpker, and both Stundals, 5th and 6th, Senderhoff, Streitzel, and Heller. Baker ready with the first pitch. Ergens in the right-handed batter's box. Load inside. Ball one. We're underway with WDA softball today on the PSP Network. The 1-0 pitch. Kind of jammed there, but it'll work for Ergens. Hit it off the handle into shallow center field. Just getting out to the outfield green. It's a leadoff single for Ergens. And the Coyotes' bats already working after they have put up 10 or more runs in each of their last 7 games since the Beulah loss, including that 22-run total their last time out against the Legacy Sabres. But they needed all 22 to win that game. Inside Wilcox, who, like the Minot defense, has chosen to wear the sweatshirt today, and it feels like temperature of 32 out for first pitch today in Minot. Takes a called strike. Baker gets on the board there. You got a 1-1 count on our now fully functional BNC National Bank scoreboard on the PSP network. Got it figured out here from South Hill. Well struck down the left field line. Going to stay fair. Extra bases for Allie Wilcox. Ergens gets the go sign. She will round third and it's a home standing. Wilcox trying to slide into third. She's safe as well. It's an RBI triple for Allie Wilcox. Coyotes are on the board. It's 1-0. Well, right on with those keys to the game. I like when I'm right on those. Follow the lead for Williston. Ergens gets on base. Wilcox even drives her in out of the number 2 spot. And now it's up to Slagle to keep it going. Baker starts ahead this time with a strike. 1-0 Williston on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Your life is busy. That's why they'll make managing money easy. Locations in Minnesota, North Dakota, and Arizona. A line out to center field. Wilcox maybe showed that she was intending to tag, but never did, and Barch threw it all the way home from center field. Takes a good bounce off the backstop, and Wilcox will stay at third. So 1 out for the Coyotes at the top of the first inning, already a 1-0 lead.
Now batting pitcher number 25, Micaiah Klumpker.
Klumpker takes strike one. The cleanup hitter and pitcher for the Coyotes. The 0-1, Amika Klumpker is in there as well. Baker with back-to-back strikes here. Williston's been hitting the ball well, whether it was with a good exit velocity or just in the right spot, as Ergens' leadoff single was. Baker will throw that one on the high inside corner to Klumpker. Just fends it off, stays in the box. 0-2, 1 out, top of the first inning. Take a look at that Minot High defense here in a moment. Called strike 3. On the outer part of the plate, Baker's first K of the day is the second out of the first. Here's the defense behind the starting pitcher. First for catcher Journey Larson. Over at first base is Grace Burdick. The second baseman, Reagan Terrell. McKenna Nygaard is at short. Kennedy Erdman at third. Left right in the outfield, Gabby Rohr, Sydney Barch, and Darby Mowbray. Keeping track at home of how many different positions Darby Mowbray has played. Pretty much everything but pitcher. Already 2 balls and no strikes to Chloe Stundahl. It's the Stundahl part of the order for Williston. Chloe, then Kaya, 5 and 6. Fouls it off to the backstop. Chloe, the Coyotes' shortstop, comes in with a batting average just below 300. A very good defensive player for Williston. Swings through, strike 2. Count is even. Wilcox still at third. Baker trying to leave her there here in the first inning. Misses high to the backstop. Wilcox halfway down the line, then turns around. She'll stay at third with the 1-0 lead in the first inning. No reason for Williston to get that last out on the base pass, which is never where you want it to happen. Pop fly, shallow right. Going back out from second base was Terrell. She's not going to come up with the catch. And that will keep the inning alive for Williston and also score Wilcox. It's now 2-0 Coyotes. There's a fly ball right behind first base. Burdick never ran out for it. Trell seemed to call it right away.
Now batting, playing first base, number 24, Kaya Sundal.
Ball 1 to Kaya Stundal. So 2-out hit for Chloe Stundal. It's the third Williston hit of the first inning. 1-0, misses low. Ground ball hit foul. First strike against Stundal. She'll play first base defensively for Williston today. Kaya, one of 5 Coyotes hitting above 400 coming into their 9th game of the season. 2-1 from Baker. Hit Stundal in the box. And again, Hallie Baker gets to 2 strikes. A backwards K already for Baker in this first inning. Went outside where Klumker didn't want to hit it. This time against Stundal. Rises that one out of the zone. Outside as well to the right-handed hitting Kaya Stundal. Runner at first, 2 outs. A line drive to left. Gabby Rohr makes the catch. And Williston is done in the top of the first inning, but not before getting 2 runs on 3 hits, including an RBI triple by Allie Wilcox. Coyotes strike first. Minot looking to answer on the PSP Network.
Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Quick look at the numbers for Williston starting pitcher Mika Klumker. 4th start of the spring, a 2-0 record in 14 innings for her. ERA at 2.5. First pitch goes wild to the backstop for ball number 1. Facing the leadoff batter, Darby Mowbray in the Minot high batting order that we'll get to in just a second. Mowbray's played plenty of positions defensively, from catcher to second base, shortstop to maybe around the outfield, but has been the leadoff hitter for Minot High each and every game this season. Finds the corner there for Klumker. 21 strikeouts to 8 walks over 14 innings of work. Mowbray, did she held up the swing? The appeal to first says, yes, she did. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. Mowbray ground ball right back to the pitcher. Klumker easily tosses that one to first for out number 1. And here is the Midgets at the plate today. Mowbray, Rohr, and Barch, the top 3, followed by Hallie Baker, Kennedy Erdman, Grace Burdick, and the bottom third of the lineup card, McKenna Nygaard, Reagan Terrell, and Journey Larson. First pitch to Gabby Rohr, shows bunt, pulls back, it's ball one. Unlike Williston, who's put up double-digit runs in each of their last 7 games, Minot High really winning games by their pitching and defense. The offense, well, they got just enough of it against Mandan for a walk-off win in game number 1. A bunt right back to the pitcher. Klumker will field and throw. Williston's worked well on the PFPs. Minot had to come from behind in pretty much every inning, it felt like, of that first Mandan game. Did not have to come from behind against Turtle Mountain their last time out, though. Beating the Braves 24-0 and earning 2 conference wins in just 1 game. Sidney Barch fouls off strike 1. 0-1 pitch from Klumker, just a little bit low. Barch trying to avoid a 1-2-3 inning for the Williston right-handed starting pitcher, Mika Klumker. Wants to maybe just keep those Coyote bats in the dugout. Line drive to right field, going to bounce right in front of Julie Heller. It's a 2-out hit for Sidney Barch. A start for Minot High, rather late though in the first inning. Hallie Baker going to add on to it. Williston defense today, Allie Wilcox does the catching. Kaya Stundal at first. Riley Ergens at second. Chloe Stundal at short. Morgan Streitzer is at third base. Left to right in the outfield. Lola Senderhoff, Kayla Slagle, and Julie Heller. Ground ball up the middle. It's another 2-out hit for Minot High, this time by Hallie Baker. The relay throw back to the infield ends up at third, but no runners are going to advance on that. Baker's aboard, 2 on, 2 out now for Kennedy Erdman. Erdman, 12 RBIs in 11 games played. Has a runner in scoring position, trying to make up a 2-run deficit in the first inning. Swing and a miss for strike 1. Klumker gets the sign. Comes home with a 1-1 pitch. Oh no, now he got a run down here. Barch is just going to run right back into the tag at second base. I don't think a steal was on. I don't think she intended to steal, but the catcher Wilcox came out of the stance, threw it back to second, and the tag was right there, and it hits Barch for out number 3. A fortunate way to end the first inning for Minot High. Williston keeps their lead 2-0.
Your bank had your back or would go the extra mile to give you the service and attention you need. Partnering with the right community bank can make all the difference. We like to think of a community bank as one that supports its local community. You need to know that whatever your financial future holds, your bank will be there to provide practical support. As a community bank, BNC National Bank will be there for whatever you need in the long haul. Reach out to our team today to learn more about how we're able to help you succeed. Member FDIC.
Minot Seek Transformation. ServPro's construction program brings both vision and precision. From that very first hammer strike to the final touch of paint, our dedication remains unwavering. It's not just about remodeling, it's about legacy. In Minot and Bismarck, ServPro is your partner in transformation. We don't just build back, we elevate every space.
Bottom third of the Williston order due up here in the top of the second inning. Lola Senderhoff leads things off for Williston. Ball 1 from Baker, and that one's into the other batter's box. Blocked by Larson. 2-0 already. Senderhoff, then Streitzer, then Heller for Williston. If you think the hitting is only concentrated at the top of the lineup, you're wrong for the Coyotes. 1 through 9, whatever lineup they put out. And it's a lineup that doesn't change a whole lot. All hit the ball very well and hit for powers. The team, they have 9 home runs this spring. Senderhoff has 1 of them. 2-2 from Baker. Outside part of the plate. Senderhoff sends it the other way. Rolls to the fence. It'll be at least a double. Now just picked up. Senderhoff on her way to third. It's a leadoff triple for Williston's left fielder in the top of the second inning. Slipped at third. That seems to be all right. Laughing it off. As the Coyotes in business once again with a leadoff hit.
Now batting for the Coyotes, playing third base, number 38, Morgan Streitzel.
Streitzel on the first pitch. Into center field and an RBI for her. 3-0 Williston on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. 5th hit of the game for Williston against starter Hallie Baker. Whether that's on the first pitch, 2 strikes, Williston in attack mode here early on.
Now batting right fielder number 16, Julie Heller.
One of the WDA's top offensive teams for a reason through the early part of the year. Now you'll get Julie Heller at the plate. The 1-0 misses low. Baker will find the zone there. Heller looking to bring up the top of the order again. And a lineup that, again, does not change a whole lot for Williston. Kind of used to their spot in the order, spot defensively. Heller batting 9th. There's a .414 on-base percentage. There's really no significant drop-off from that middle of the order to the bottom third for the Coyotes. It'll be a walk to Heller. 2 on and nobody out top of the second inning for Riley Ergens. First base on balls issued by Baker today after 5 Williston hits.
Now batting number 21, Riley Ergens.
Ergens. Another one, didn't really get the barrel of it, but it's going to drop in fair territory. And sometimes that's just a funny part of the sport we play. Ergens, such a good power hitter. 10 extra base hits this year. Has yet to hit a barrel, but has 2 hits today.
Now batting number 11, Allie Wilcox.
So now Allie Wilcox, she did a softball with the barrel of the bat, her first time up, an RBI triple to get Williston on the board. Ball and a strike on Wilcox. It's her 9th RBI of the year earlier today. Sliding over and blocking it was Larson. See what Williston does here. The base runners, they've all got to be looking at third on a pass ball. Can't run off Streitzel. 2-1 grounded left side. Foul in front of the Minot High dugout. Reaching out, half swing. Another one that's just going to drop for Williston. 1 run is in. Here comes a second. The relay is going to be cut off by the pitcher, Baker. Wilcox, 3 runs batted in her first 2 plate appearances. A half swing that gets into the gap in right center. 2 runs come in. It's 5-0 Coyotes on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
Now batting number 7.
Ergens heads to third on the play. Runners on the corners. Still no one out in the second inning for Akayla Slagle. Baker starts with 2 strikes. Delayed steal by Wilcox. She heads into scoring position without a throw. Wilcox caught Bart stealing to end the first inning. First base open for Slagle. Choked up on the bat a long way. Watch that one go well outside. 1-2. Rips that to left field, out of the glove of Gabby Rohr. One run will score. They're going to send Wilcox. The relay throw is dropped as well, and the Coyotes have 7 here in the second inning. Some early celebration for the Coyotes as Slagle reached on the error. Rohr had it in the web, and then it just fell out. Not on the transfer. 2-run score. And again, nobody out in the second inning. Williston has 5 in this inning so far. Ground ball to short. Nygaard, who has moved into that shortstop position with a few changes for Minot High today, fields and throws for out number 1. So after 6 batters reaching on 4 hits, an error, and a walk, again first pitch. Pop up to the right side. Able to catch it there was Burdick. Quick 2 outs for Baker. As I was saying, 4 hits, a walk, and an error to start the inning for Williston. 5 runs. Still a chance as Kaya Stundal comes to the plate with 2 outs. Stundal on the first pitch. Ground ball to Nygaard, sits on it. Makes a strong throw across and beats Stundal by 2 steps. Second inning is complete for Williston at the plate, but they get another 5 runs. 7-0 Coyotes on the BNC National Bank scoreboard to begin with on the PSP Network.
Exceptional welders, carpenters, assembly technicians, and coating technicians. If you're right for Sun, Sun is right for you. Since 1939, we've been making quality equipment and parts for the oil field and beyond. We're world-class, family-owned, and all-American. And as our business grows, we need to grow our team in Newburgh, North Dakota. Sund Manufacturing offers great pay, great benefits, and a great community to raise a family. Apply today.
On the last half inning there, with all the Williston excitement on offense, I was delivered a purple Alzheimer's Association wristband to match the Minot High jerseys today. Not too many of the jerseys you can see, though. They're all wearing the maroon sweaters. Here are the Majettes in game number 1. It's cold out there. Alzheimer's Awareness Day at the ballpark for Minot High. Looking for a comeback win on this special occasion. 0-1 is fouled. Kennedy Erdman, who was at the plate when the last out was recorded in the first, is at the plate to begin the second inning. Barch was thrown out on the base pass to end the first. Last time she was hitting, Minot High was down 2-0. Now it's a 7-run deficit in front of Minot. Fly ball converging there in right center field. For the outfielders, it's Slagle from center field who makes the catch for out number 1 in the second inning. Just trying to find what Minot's largest, the most they've been down in a game this season. I think it's only 6. Haven't been in a position like this. Oh no, they were actually down 9 against Red River early in the year. Scored 5 runs in the third, but couldn't make up enough of that deficit as Red River got the 11-6 victory. So Williston, at least early on, in a very good spot. And their pitcher, Mika Klumpker, settling into this game. Give it up to 2 hits. That's good defense behind her so far. The 0-1 blown outside to the left-handed hitting Burdick. Burdick followed by Nygaard here in the second inning for Minot. Hitting with 1 out, and that's going to hit Burdick right in the arm or the back. A hit by pitch. We have seen Klumker be a little bit wild here in the game, but Minot, they've been really jumping on anything in the zone.
Number 9, McKenna Nygaard.
McKenna Nygaard shows bunt. The pitch off the catcher's mitt of Wilcox and to the backstop. That'll advance Burdick to second base. The wild pitch. Nygaard swinging away. Fouled into batting cages, I think, behind the adjacent fields. We've got the field behind the left field fence. That's got a JV game or a freshman game or something happening out on the dirt field there. 1-1, the swing and a miss by Nygaard. And then just behind the broadcast position here, we've got a Class B varsity softball game happening. Quite the complex here at South Hill. Klumker pitching again with 2 strikes. Runner at second, 1 out, bottom of the second inning. Nygaard way ahead of it. First K of the day for Mika Klumker. 2 out in the inning for Reagan Terrell.
Hitting for the Magicians, playing second base, number 15, Reagan Terrell.
Terrell mainly a pitcher for Minot High. Been in and out of the lineup recently, at least in the hitting side. Pushes at that pitch, trying to bunt it right back to the pitcher, it looked like. With 2 outs, we've already seen Klumker field and throw over to first base twice in the first. Got to angle that bunt down the line. When it reach, Klumker's not going to let anything happen. Inside strike, 0-2. Terrell from the right side. Swing and a miss, back-to-back strikeouts for Mika Klumker. Strands a runner at second base, 2 left on base for the Magets. Through 2 innings, they trail Williston on the BNC National Bank scoreboard 7-0. You're watching WDA Softball on the PSP Network.
There's pages in a history book, a time gone by. But even in this modern world, there are new frontiers to conquer. Whether you're tending the land to grow a better tomorrow or growing a business for new opportunities, the work you do powers the world. Exploring the frontier means stepping forward, shaping the future for yourself and for those around you. First International Bank and Trust, helping you live first, one step at a time.
Easy. They take care of their customers.
That's right, Carson. You may be number 11 on the field, but at First Western, you and our customers are never just a number.
First Western provides the best in customer service.
When our customers call with a question, we answer their call personally.
Now that's pro-level service.
Thanks, Carson. Professional, friendly, full-service banking is what you can count on at First Western.
First Western. You can bank on us.
Back just in time for the first pitch of the 3rd inning. Hallie Baker fires a strike to Lola Senderhoff. She led off the 2nd inning with a triple. The first hit of 4 for Williston in the 2nd, and ended up being the first of 5 runs for the Coyotes. Their last time up to bat. Heading the count 2-1. Into the gap, left center field. It's a multi-hit game for Senderhoff. She's going to try and stretch this to another triple. Relay's too slow. 2 for 2, 2 triples in 2 innings for Lola Senderhoff.
Number 38, Morgan Streitzel.
Williston has already found every gap there is in the outfield today. Another one off the handle is going to drop. Was that touched, though, in fair territory? Let's say no. Burdick went after that pop fly that landed again fair, but didn't touch it. It spun foul. That'll be strike 1 against Morgan Streitzel. Streitzel couldn't hold up there. That'll be strike 2. Oh-2 pitch off the end of the bat. Williston just as textbook hitting as it gets. Outside pitch, sent it the other way, and it has dropped in the perfect places for the Coyotes. 8-0 lead for Williston on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
Number 16, Julie Heller.
Said it when they came up to bat for the first time. Bottom third of the Williston order. It is no drop-off. They have 4 for 4 with a walk combined and 4 runs scored. Ground ball through the left side. This is Julie Heller, her first hit today after walking and scoring in the second. And the third inning starting just like the second for the Coyotes with 3 straight hits.
Now batting number 21, Riley
Ergens on the first pitch. Ground ball back to the pitcher. Baker gets the lead runner out at third. That's the important part. Try for the double play. 1-5-3, but they only get the 1 out at third base.
Now batting number 11, Allie Wilcox.
Pretty quick pace this softball game. Got to remember, thank a sponsor of ours on the PSP network, the UPS store located on South Broadway in Minot. Open Monday to Friday from 8:30 to 7. On Saturdays from 8:30 to 3. Inside the Marketplace Foods Plaza. For all your packing and shipping needs, it's the UPS store. Ball and a strike to Allie Wilcox. See a strike there. 2 for 2 start for Allie at the plate. A triple, a single, and 3 runs driven in. Allie Baker for Minot, their starting pitcher. She last pitched in that game against Turtle Mountain, went 2 innings, allowed just 1 base runner in it on a walk, struck out 4, no runs, and a very short start. Called strike 3, into that outside part of the plate to right-handed hitters, as was the case in the first inning.
Now hitting number 7, Michaela.
Strikeout looking again, credited to Baker, 2 out in the third. Slagle, a grounder to third, and just tag the lead runner there, Heller. No choice for her. Erdman gets that last out of the third inning. Williston limited to just 1 run, but extends their lead to 8. 8-zip on the PSP network.
That your bank had your back or would go the extra mile to give you the service and attention you need. Partnering with the right community bank can make all the difference. We like to think of a community bank as one that supports its local community. You need to know that whatever your financial future holds, your bank will be there to provide practical support. As a community bank, BNC National Bank will be there for whatever you need in the long haul. Reach out to our team today to learn more about how we're able to help you succeed. Member FDIC.
We can tackle it. Dig it up backhoe service. Site preparation, demolition, road building and grade raises, culvert installation, directional drilling. and every kind of dig. No job too big or too small. It's Dig It Up Backhoe service. Find them online, digitupbackhoe.com, or call 701-722-3315. It's Dig It Up Backhoe.
Journey Larson, the catcher for Minot High, due up first in the bottom of the third. Looking back to Minot in the Shields South Hill Softball Complex. It's the visiting Williston Coyotes with an early 8-0 lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
Journey Larson.
Runs in every inning for the Coyotes. 2 in the first, 5 in the second, 1 in the third. Starting pitcher, though, Mika Klumker has shut out Minot through 2 innings. She's faced 8 batters. Struck out the last 2 she faced in the second inning. Both swinging. 2-0 pitch right down the middle, but Larson misses a cut. Another wild pitch by Klumker, but hasn't really had to deal with base runners in this outing so far. She was trying to communicate to her catcher, figure out what the count was, make sure they're on the same page. 3 balls and a strike. I think it was something to do with the calling of the pitches. Well, foul. Full count on Journey Larson. Larson then the top of the lineup for Minot here in the third. Larson, not a bad choice to maybe get this Minot offense, give them a spark. 440 batting average and OPS at 1157. Full count pitch from Klumker, misses just a little bit high. A leadoff walk to Larson. First leadoff batter to reach for Minot, while Williston's gone 3 for 3 in that department. And now a courtesy runner comes in.
Courtesy runner at first base for the Magicians, number 14, Talia Griswold.
Talia Griswold called upon to run at first base for the catcher. And that's a courtesy runner here in softball for the pitcher or the catcher, which means the whoever's being ran for can re-enter the game without using the team's re-entry. Should it be for a position player, we'll have to use the one re-entry rule for the player that gets ran for. Maybe something to bring up when it actually does happen. First pitch swinging and missing was Darby Mowbray. Williston has been jumping on a lot of the first pitch strikes they see from Hallie Baker. Minot's been trying to do the same, just can't catch up to a lot of the movement Klumker is mixing in all throughout the count. There's a bunt, inside pitch, and it goes foul. The right idea for Mowbray, but you get the best pitch to execute that bunt. So just like that, swing and a miss, and then a bunt foul. There's 2 strikes on Mowbray. Klumker does take her time there inside the circle. It's a foul ball, no change to the count. Mowbray is swinging away 0-2. Good eye, though. Holding off on a pitch that just missed at the letters above the strike zone. That was a nice pitch there by Klumker. Nice plan. 1-2 this time. Hit in the air, going back into left field. Hops on the warning track. Crashing into the fence was Senderhoff in left. Griswold will head to third, had to make sure that one fell. And she will be safe there. Mowbray into second with a double. 2 on, both in scoring position now with nobody out for Gabby Rohr. Already 3 hits for Minot. That one's their first one for extra bases today. Infield drawn in by the Coyotes. You're seeing Mowbray attempt to bunt, and Rohr, who grounded out on a bunt back to the pitcher in the first inning. Shows bunt. Lunges into the other box for that one. And same story for Mowbray, in a tough position as a hitter here with 2 strikes against a pitcher that's pitching with a lot of confidence and an 8-run lead in the 3rd inning. Started guessing a little bit, 0-2. Was fastball but low. One, 2, and again, Klumker high in the zone with 2 strikes. She's got a lot of chases from Minot high up there.
Now hitting number 1.
Her 3rd strikeout now in 2 1/3 innings for Mika Klumker. Barch at the plate, which is ball 1. Barch came up to bat in the first inning, singled, advanced to second on Baker's hit, but then got thrown out in a really weird play. She never really took off for third base, just then she got backpicked by the catcher all the way down at second base. Two balls, no strikes. Klumker to Barch. Look out. Well, not too many left-handed batters that Klumker gets to face. She's hit both of them. Kind of has been the spot that Klumker has missed. The wild pitches have been low in the turf. They've been high and outside of the righties and hitting the left-handed batters in the arm. Bases loaded now for Hallie Baker. Opportunity to cut this deficit in half. Minot will take just one at a time, though. Holds up there, does Baker. Didn't like it, but that's a strike two. One out and the base is loaded. Bottom of the third inning. Klumker's gotten to two strikes a lot in this inning. Looking to finish an at bat again. She does. A swinging strike three. Fourth K of the day for Mika Klumker. Tires Baker, and now will face Erdman. Last 4 outs that have been recorded have all been strikeouts for Williston. Foul tip for strike one. Force out at any base can get the Coyotes out of this third inning. Keeping Minot high off the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Called strike two on Erdman. Really only the corner infielders playing in for Williston right now. Their shortstop, though, Chloe Stundahl, does creep in a long ways at the time of the pitch. She essentially plays inside the baseline. 0-2, lightly hit in the air, just gets outside the pitcher's circle, and Klumker will take that herself for out number 3. Leaves the bases loaded in the third. Williston's offense coming back up when we return to the PSP Network, leading 8-0.
At any time, to anyone. It's not really something you can schedule on your calendar. But when it happens to you and it's not your fault, there's one law firm to remember. That firm is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We live here and take pride in helping our community. We know this area inside and out. We put in the work and fight for what's right so justice can prevail for you. That is what we're all about. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
This broadcast of high school softball on the PSP Network is brought to you by Minot State University, with more than 96% of recent Minot State grads employed or continuing their education. MSU grads get jobs, period. Be seen, be heard by you at MSU. The called strike one to begin the fourth inning. As many times as I read that ad read, I cannot say continuing. I've memorized them all, but I just can't say that word. Ball and a strike to Mika Klumker. The pitcher, she's 0 for 2 at the plate, but doing her part inside the circle for the Coyotes. Wraps around this ground ball. Is going to stay. Oh, no, they called that one foul. I don't think that ever hit the left side of the line. That was fair on 2 bounces, and then it just got picked up by Kennedy Erdman. I didn't even look over to first base to see if that throw was in time, but either a infield single got taken away from Williston or a ground out got taken away from Minot High there, but 2 strikes on the board. Baker wild with that one. Allie Baker, the pitch count high through 3+ innings for her. Foul. Not just because of walks. There haven't been too many of those, but because Williston just hit after hit. 70 pitches for Baker through 3+. 2-2. Low again. Bounces past the catcher, Larson. Full count. It'll be Klumker, then the Stundalls for Williston here in the fourth with an 8-run lead. There's that bench mark, an inning from now, push it to 10, get a run rule win. Leadoff walk in the fourth inning. Said just a moment ago, walk's not really the issue for Baker today. That's only her second with 2 strikeouts, but 10 Williston hits. Another one that bounces well in front of home plate. This time Larson does block it, keeps Klumker at first as the shortstop, Chloe Stundall, steps in. Ground ball is short. Another stop by Nygaard. She's played well there so far today. Gets the lead runner out at second base, but unable to turn 2. Stundall will reach. 1 out for Kaya Stundall this time.
Now batting number 24, Kaya Stundall.
That legacy game, especially game 2 for Williston. There's a runner to third. Erdman again will go to second base. Get the lead runner there. So Stundall, both Stundalls reach on fielder's choice. I was going to say that second game of the doubleheader was good for everybody's stats for both Williston and Legacy. Coyotes had 21 runs on 23 hits in that second game. Kaya Stundall had a very nice 3 for 5, 1 RBI, 2 runs scored game. That went late into the night in Bismarck. Oh, 1 driven into left field on a line by Lola Senderhoff. Had 2 triples so far in the game. This time, though, a line out to left ends the inning. Williston scoreless in the fourth. Minot High still going to come back from down 8-0.
I can't believe I wrecked my car. There are some things in life we can't control. But what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
For a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
Well, again, the home half of the 4th inning. Grace Burdick hits a line drive right back past the glove of the pitcher, Mika Klumker, into center field for a single. It's a great way to start the 4th inning for Minot High, a hard hit ball. Still trying to get on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Scoreless through 3. A strike called as Nygaard was moving out of the box. Off the catcher's mitt again. This one's going to roll away from home plate and away from Allie Wilcox. So Burdick moves up to second. Minot hitting again with runners in scoring position. So far today, 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. Four of those 5 outs have been strikeouts. Klumker's been able to get out of a couple of jams here early on. At the halfway point of Game 1 between Williston and Minot. Game 2 coming up as well on the PSP Network. Well, the Planning Team Financial Advisors, Shots Crossroads post-game show in between. 3-1 to McKenna Nygaard. Ground ball to short. Stundall's got to charge it. Come up throwing on the run. Makes the play. Throw across the diamond is not in time to get Burdick, but what a play made by Chloe Stundall there at short. Not very hard hit by Nygaard. In between ground ball there, but Stundall made the adjustment and makes the play.
Now batting number 15, Reagan Terrell.
Terrell 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Watches strike 1. Opposite field. On a carry to it. Quickly gets to the fence. Terrell's into second. Now she's being sent to third. Throw a little bit too late. Terrell is in with an RBI triple. First run of the day for the Majettes. They trail 8-1 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard, but just see one run come in. Could lead to a lot more for Minot here in the comeback effort. Terrell's 12th run batted in of the spring. Again, she's been in and out of the batting order for Minot High a bit as of late, but concentrating on pitching. Well ahead, hits that one, fouled at Larson for a strike. So we brought up in the last broadcast we had, Mandan played so close against Minot High after being pretty much 15 run the year before. 2 losses of, if I remember correctly, it was 16 losses or 16 runs. Williston as well didn't fare very well last year against Minot High giving up well over 30 runs in that doubleheader. Losing 12-4 and 22-3, but setting the bar today against Minot High with 8 runs in their first 3 innings at the plate. Called strike 2 to Larson. Walked and was left at third base in the 3rd inning. Bunker's 2-strike approach has been good today, but this one is hit to left. Snow cone catch by Senderhoff. Be enough to tag Terrell from third. Makes it 8-2, but there's 2 outs in the inning and nobody on base for the top of the order in Darby Mowbray.
Now batting, number 16, Darby Mowbray.
Mowbray swings, but land in foul territory. Quite a ways down the left field line there. Ball and a strike to Darby Mowbray. Again, Williston's only loss this year was to Beulah out of Class B, a 1-run loss to the Miners. They backed it up, though, with a win in game number 2, a big win for Williston against Beulah. A lot of drop to that pitch, but I think it just started too high. Everybody kind of checked out. 2-1. There it goes with the heater, but again misses the zone, does Klumker. Williston's other non-conference games, not just playing EDC teams, they played Sidney, Montana in their season opening game. Beat the Eagles in a game that was shortened to just 3 innings, a 15-run lead for Williston there. A 2-out walk to Mowbray. And then just before getting into WDA conference games, Williston took on Watford City, who's a WDA team, but they're not fielding a varsity squad this year. So it counts as a win for Williston, but Watford City not playing a WDA schedule this spring. And now Klumker having a tough time staying in the zone a bit as we get into the 4th inning, already over 70 pitches. Just some long at-bats with these Minot hitters. Ended a few with strikeouts. 2-0 on Gabby Rohr. Got a piece of the bat there, caught by Wilcox, throws back to first. Won't get Mowbray. Again, Klumker right around, just hasn't been able to locate a lot of the off-speed pitches. Missing in the same spot a lot. High and outside to the righties. 3-1. Hammer to center field, running back for it, and getting underneath it was Akela Slagle in center field. That's the final out of the 4th inning. Minot High gets their first runs on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Still trail 8-2, on to the 5th here on the PSP Network.
There were no Coyote errors. The report ends.
We learned a lot about why local matters, unlike those guys. We take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
To introduce the fabulous edition of the Master Spas line, including the phenomenal Michael Phelps Swim Spas. Enjoy the relaxing health benefits and enjoy 0% financing up to 72 months or up to $5,000 off on all spas. You'll also find $2,000 off the MSRP on all pools, swim spas, and saunas. Come see for yourself the outstanding lineup of Master Spas, including the Michael Phelps Swim Spas, exclusively at Magic City Home Leisure.
4 innings complete here from the Shields South Hill Softball Complex in Minot, North Dakota. 8-2 lead for the visiting Williston Coyotes as they look to jump into first place of the WDA softball standings, or keep a tie with Bismarck High after one game today. Speaking of, take a look at the schedule in the WDA today. It's already getting going. Bismarck is at Mandan, which will be a pretty good contest. We saw Mandan last week give Minot all they had. Lost on a walk-off in game 1 and just couldn't complete a comeback in game number 2. But they'll host Bismarck High today. The Demons, the third of 3 unbeaten teams in the league so far. All the way to the wall in right center field. Off the bat of Morgan Streitzel, and she will get into third standing. A leadoff triple. Would you believe it's the third leadoff triple for Williston today? Power hitting continues for the Coyotes. Extra base hits to left and to right. We haven't seen Williston go yard just yet, which is a pretty common occurrence in a Williston softball game. Starts with a strike to Julie Heller. Baker comes home, gets a ground ball to Nygaard, backhand play, knocked it down, unable to field it cleanly. There's a play at the plate, but Streitzel will score against standing. So Williston, who just gave up 2 runs in the bottom of the 4th, have already started to build that lead right back up with 1 run to begin the 5th inning. Ball to the backstop now. That'll be a, I don't know what to decide there. That might be a pass ball against Larson. I'll move Heller up to second as Riley Ergen steps in for a 4th at bat today. That one foul. Gonna have to consult our official scorers up here on that last play. I'm ruling it a fielder's choice. Once again, we're gonna debate it up here in the broadcast booth as to how to score that last play. 2 balls and a strike on Ergens. Nygaard gets a second chance, fields this one cleanly. Throw will just get there in time. Heller runs behind Nygaard to third. So that 10th run for Williston is now 60 feet away for Allie Wilcox. Already 3 runs batted in this afternoon.
Number 11, Allie Wilcox.
A 9-2 lead for Willis on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Also want to thank a sponsor of ours on the PSP Network, Ryan Family Dealerships. For 50 years, Ryan has been a trusted name for car buyers in western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory online at driveryan.com. Visit one of their 5 locations in Minot and Williston. Into the gap for Wilcox, right center field. She will head for third, and will get there without a throw. her second triple of the game, 4th RBI. It's 10-2 Coyotes.
Now batting number 7, Michaela Slagle.
5 extra base hits for Williston, 5 triples in this game. The home plate umpire's checking one of Williston's bats, and they're going to throw it out. I'm assuming that it just broke on that last hit by Wilcox because it was broke before that. I mean, do you even count that last play? So that bat will go to the graveyard. It's 10-2 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. And Kayla Slagle hit again for Williston. Reaching way outside there was Slagle. Ends up in the left-handed batter's box. Baker again gets the 2 strikes. But another ball put in play by the Coyotes. High in the air, and it's going to drop. Slagle sprinting 180 to third. She has a triple. That's another run scored for Williston. They lead 11-2. 6th 3-base hit for Williston. And now a visit inside the circle for Minot. That ball was hit high in the air. A lot of time, a lot of hang time for either Rohr in left or Barch in center to get it and drop right in between them. It rolls to the fence. Slagle sprinting the whole time is going to get a triple on that. 11-2 Williston, as they have collected now their 13th hit. Fourteen hits, pardon me. Conversation here, obviously, if you're going to stick with Baker inside the circle. Not much the infield has had to do today. Those balls have been crushed by the Coyotes. Nygaard has made a lot of plays at short, Erdman at third. Or is it just about how you attack these Williston hitters 1 through 9? They just are hard to beat. Seventh game in a row that Williston has put up 10 or more runs. He scored 34 in that doubleheader against Legacy, a 21-20 win to wrap it up against the Sabres last week, Thursday. They scored 28 total runs against Century a week ago on Tuesday for their first 2 conference wins, and 18 in the win against Watford. 11 so far against Minot in game number 1. Trying to push this to a 10-0 lead and put the run rule in effect when the Majets come up to hit. First pitch after the conference is a strike to the backstop. Takes a very nice bounce there for Larson, but Slagle, the speed, is going to be able to get down the line and push the Williston lead to 10. It was as perfect as a deflection as Minot could have gotten, but Slagle just too fast. Two balls and a strike now to Mika Klumpker. Watches that one low, grazes across home plate. Williston in a very important part of their schedule. Again, pretty much every game is on the road for them. Minot is playing 13 straight games at home. There's a fly ball to center. Catch is made for their second out. This is basically the last of 13 straight Minot High home games, but Williston's on the road from April 17th all the way through April 26th. You got the Minot High doubleheader today. They'll go at Dickinson on Thursday, and then Dickinson's tournament over the weekend. They'll face Jamestown and Minot High. Hard hit ground ball to third. Erdman high throw, but landing back on the base was Burdick, and that ends the 5th inning. Williston looking to kick off that road trip in a positive way here in Minot. They have a 10-0 lead, and they can end it next on the PSP Network.
The nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Poise. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's a spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Barch, Baker, and Erdman for Minot in the bottom of the 5th, and they need 1 run at the least. Keep this game going into the 6th. It's Williston starter Mika Klumker sorts of the ball to Barch. 1 for 1 with a single. She was also hit by a pitch. Ground ball pulled to second base. Late to get the glove down, but still in time was Riley Ergens. That's 1 out. The slide over glove side and reached that ground ball off the bat of Barch. And that's 1. Williston, you know, they're thinking just 2 outs left to get in this game. Just off the plate to Hallie Baker, the Minot starting pitcher today. At the plate at least, has a hit. Also struck out. Baker, team leading batting average of .514 through 11 games. 19 of 37 at the plate this spring. Good eye as well. On base percentage at .571, which pretty high number. Not a lot higher than the batting average though. That's been so good. Watches a strike there, 3-0. Klumker on the board, now looking to battle back. Right field line and into the corner, foul. And now it's a full count. Full count, 1 out, bottom of the 5th inning. Williston 2 outs away from a 5-0 start in the WDA. Off the plate again. Klumker will walk Baker. Puts a runner on base for Kennedy Erdman, but as we've said before, hasn't been too much of an issue for Williston. They've been able to work out of a lot of jams, especially with runners in scoring position. Minot was 0 for their first 5 with runners at second or third. Wilcox able to hang on to that pitch that was destined for the backstop. Another throwback to first base, not going to get Hallie Baker. Even count, ball and a strike on Kennedy Erdman, 0 for 2. Erdman patient there. Gets ahead in the count. Outfield's rather deep for Williston, while the infield plays right on the baselines. Another one upstairs from Klumker. The game has gone on, as you'd probably expect. Instead of being right around the zone, has been missing a bit. This will be pitch 89 for Klumker. And that corner of the strike zone not given to her that time. full count. Ground ball to the left side, off the glove of Chloe Stundahl. Streitzel at third, went for it first, unable to reach it. Stundahl, the backhand play, unable to field it. Kicks it into left field, and Minot has 2 on with 1 out. Again, just simply 1 run needs to score for Minot to keep this game going. First pitch is a called strike to Grace Burdick. Burdick, ground ball to second. Another play for Ergens. Nothing leaving the infield here in the 5th inning, but Minot has 2 in scoring position with 2 outs in the 5th. It's a big at-bat here for McKenna Nygaard, trying to keep this game going at least into the 6th inning.
Now hitting number 9, McKenna Nygaard.
Nygaard swings through strike 1. Klumker 4 strikeouts through 4 2/3. We'll give up a hit there, and Minot High is back within 10 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. So at least have a 6th inning here from Minot, but still time in the 5th to add to their offense, trailing 12-3. So Nygaard comes up with a clutch hit for Minot in the scenario. They're going to need plenty of more, starting with Terrell. Oh, 2 backwards K again for Mika Klumker, 5th K of the day. 12-3 Williston. They will have to bat again, but still holding on to a very comfortable 9-run lead here in Minot.
As a group of people living in the same place or sharing common goals. Community is the largest part of our name, and we make it the largest part of our business. We support our local schools, organizations, youth programs, and local events from Bowman to Bismarck because we all share a common goal to better the quality of life in our communities. Come bank with us at Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your real community bank.
Have over 60 years combined experience in the field. Not only are we writing estimates, talking with customers, we're in the shop working alongside of our team members.
I've always had a very strong passion for repairing vehicles. I've been doing it since I've been in high school, and I've always enjoyed seeing the vehicle repaired back to their original conditions.
Thank you for the opportunity to serve the Bismarck-Mandan community for the last 7 years. We look forward to expanding into our new addition to better serve our customers, Centennial Collision and Paint.
This broadcast of high school softball on the PSP Network is brought to you in part by Magic Towing. Remember the phone number, 701-509-4011. Whenever you need to tow, there's no job too big or too small for Magic Towing, serving western North Dakota. As we technically do have an opportunity for a halftime show between a doubleheader today, but that's not how baseball, softball works. Planning Team Financial Advisors, Shots Crossroads post-game show on the way. Kaya Stundahl leads off the top of the 6th inning for Williston at the plate. Hallie Baker stays inside the circle for Minot High. She's pitched all 5 innings and now into the 6th for the Majettes. Few foul balls to Stundahl, who's 0 for 3 in this game. It's an 0-2 count. He's trying to protect there at the plate. I'll start worrying about some of the windshields out there in the parking lot. I got so many games happening at once. A lot of folks here at the South Hill Complex. This is up. Same JV game, freshman game happening off the left field fence. Right off the hands there of Klumker. Another foul ball, but stays alive. Bishop Ryan in action, right behind our broadcast booth. Another 2-strike pitch from Baker. Knows that Stundall's kind of been chasing, more just protecting the play. That time goes a little bit too far out. Stundall able to pick it up. 2-2 now from Hallie Baker. Goes low in the zone. Does get a little piece of the bat, so Stundall again will stay alive on a foul ball. Stundall lined out, ground out, reach on a fielder's choice. Is it there? No. A full count now. And Stundall works the walk. Saw probably 10 pitches on that at bat. And heads down to first with a base on balls.
Now batting number 8, Lola Senderhoff.
And now the first pitch to Senderhoff. It's past Journey Larson, moving Stundall to second base. Going back to that Stundall bat, I'm not sure she didn't swing and miss at anything. Didn't watch a strike. It was all foul balls. That's a swing and a miss by Senderhoff. Turns out of the way of ball 2. Was officially 10 pitches on that last at bat to Stundall, and now a longer matchup here between Hallie Baker and Senderhoff. And Baker's going to win on 3 swinging strikes. Picks up the strikeout. It's Baker's 3rd of the game, evening up with her 3 walks. Runner on second, 1 out for Morgan Streitzel. She'll swing through strike 1. Hallie Baker, 5 1/3 innings pitched, 14 hits, 12 runs, only 11 of them earned. 3 walks, 3 strikeouts, and over 115 pitches. They really only throw 3 pitchers. It's Baker, it's Terrell, and it's Barch. Nygaard's pitched a little bit this year. Pitched the last game against Turtle Mountain. Fly ball to right field, and it's going to keep on carrying again. Extra bases for Streitzel. And for a second time, Williston goes up by 10 plus. Streitzel this time does decide to slide into third, and will get there safely. Just ahead of the tag by Erdman. Williston leads 13-3 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
Now batting number 16, Julie Heller.
Streitzel had 3 extra base hits coming into today's game. She has 2 triples just in this contest alone. Now here's Julie Heller. Bottom 3 batters in the order. We've reached base 9 times. It's Baker this evening. Ground ball to Nygaard at short, dives for it underneath her glove and into center field. That will score Streitzel 14-3. Now Williston's largest lead of the day. Heller's second hit. And a run batted in. 1 out for Riley Ergens. It's the 5th time around for the Williston batting order. It's been kind of usual for Williston and Ergens to come up 5 times in a game. They He's put up so many runs recently. Back pick to first. Won't get Heller. It's close, though. Ergen's 35 plate appearances over her first 8 games, so just over 4 on average. And a lot of those games Williston played early in this season didn't even make it. 2 7 innings, really made it out of 5 innings against Sydney, Beulah, and Watford City. 3-0 pitch will miss as well. That'll be a ball, or walk, sorry, to Ergens.
Now batting number 11, Allie Wilcox.
And Coach Cedarstrom, he's going to come out to the circle here. A conversation with the infield, and a lot of this conversation is to McKenna Nygaard, who, as he mentioned, came in to relieve Hallie Baker in the last game on Thursday against Turtle Mountain, pitched 3 innings against the Braves. And she will get the ball here in the 6th inning. So Hallie Baker's day inside the circle is done. We'll get you that final line. I'll tell you about the stat line as well for Nygaard. When we return, we got a pitching change on the PSP Network, brought to you by Surf Pro.
Minot seek transformation. ServPro's construction program brings both vision and precision. From that very first hammer strike to the final touch of paint, our dedication remains unwavering. It's not just about remodeling, it's about legacy. In Minot and Bismarck, ServPro is your partner in transformation. We don't just build back, we elevate every space.
Surf Pro pitching change here in Minot. 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water, cleanup and restoration. It's Surf Pro. The new pitcher in for Minot is McKenna Nygaard from short. It's her 3rd pitching appearance this year. 4 innings so far, 3 hits, 1 earned run. For Nygaard, 2 strikeouts to 4 walks on the season. She did pitch the last time Minot was on the field on Thursday against Turtle Mountain. Final line for the starter, Hallie Baker for Minot. She will move to shortstop. The defensive changes for Minot, straight switch. Baker goes 5 1/3, 16 hits, 13 earned runs, 14 total came across, 3 strikeouts, 4 walks, and 125 pitches for Baker in the start today. Nygaard had to get rid of the sweater there. So now you actually do get to see some of the Alzheimer's Awareness Day alternates for Minot High. Wearing purple today and today only are the Majettes. However, it's a little cold. Everybody has decided to go with the Minot High sweaters. A few more warm-up pitches for Nygaard here after getting rid of the sweatshirt, and looks like she's ready to go now. Maybe one more. Well, Williston, 14 runs on 16 hits. They went into the bottom of the 5th inning with a 10-run lead. Could have ended it there. Minot got 1 run to make this a 9-run lead for Williston into the 6th. And already 2 runs across in the top half of the inning for the Coyotes offense. And again, in the bottom of the 6th, Minot will come to bat, needing to put a few more runs on the board this time around to avoid the 10-run rule. Nygaard in to pitch, Baker to short. And Allie Wilcox is the batter for Williston. 3 for 4, 2 triples, a single, 4 runs batted in, 3 runs scored. Going to be a tough decision for Sport Clip's MVP in this game. We'll announce that in the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show. Wilcox, very strong contender for that. 2 extra base hits and 4 driven in. Just above a line drive there. We'll call that a pop out to second base. But down the order, Morgan Streitzel, 2 extra base hits. Lola Senderhoff, 2 extra base hits. All of those extra base hits have been triples. 2 on and 2 out for Akela Slagle. Heller at second base. She singled and advanced on the Urgans walk. So 4 out at any base for the Minot infield. Nygaard, though, has missed strike zone on back-to-back pitches. Slagle reached on a triple in the 5th inning and then wheeled around the bases to get there. Flew home on a wild pitch, took a quick bounce off the backstop, right back to home plate, but still scored. She'll walk on 4 tosses. A lot of them missed high and out of the zone. I think the thing right now for Minot High, all you ask, Nygaard, doesn't have to be strikeouts, just a ball on the ground for the infield. Get out of this 6th inning and get 2 runs on the board at least in the bottom of the 6th. Big swing by Klumpker. It's 6 o'clock hour here in the Central Time Zone, playing for 90 minutes of softball today. On a discussion before the game with the umpiring crew and Minot State softball coach Sal Rodriguez, the longest softball games, and I was informed there was a game that was at like 85-1 that took a couple of hours to finish. And then the NDHSA said it's okay to stop games if it's a 20-run lead in the 3rd inning. Two-one pitch to Klumpker. Pop fly into foul territory, and it will be off the glove of Terrell, but luckily for Minot, that was foul the whole way. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Mika Klumpker. $85-1 is a pretty wild score. We've seen some lopsided wins across North Dakota this year. Full count now. Nowhere to put Klumpker. A walk would bring in a run. And out gets Minot out of this inning. Ground ball to 3rd and past Erdman. There's 1 run. They're sending in another. Urgans will score as well as Heller. It's 16-3 Williston. 2 runs batted in for the pitcher, Mika Klumpker. BNC National Bank scoreboard has been busy. First pitch low out of the zone to Chloe Stundall. 1 for 4. Started off her day with a single. And a few hits that just never made it out of the infield. A ground out and a pop out. 1-0 from Nygaard. Foul right to us. Rolling back down. Be a souvenir. Skips to home plate. Coming up next, the Planning Team Financial Advisor, Shots Crossroads postgame show. Shots Crossroads is your postgame headquarters. Order online at shotscrossroads.com from their delicious menu that includes the famous number 99. Team buses are always welcome at Shots Crossroads. 3-1 from McKenna Nygaard. Jumping out of the way of the pitch was Chloe Stundall. That will be a walk. And again, the bases are loaded. This time for Kaya Stundall. Williston making their way through the lineup for the 5th time. And a 16-3 lead. Stundall at 6th in the order. She walked to begin this inning and came around to score. So officially the Coyotes have batted around here in the 6th. This time they won't send Slagle on the wild pitch. I think after how the last one went, why not? Slagle at 3rd, Klumpker at 2nd. Stundall is at 1st. 10th Williston batter here of the 6th inning. Got a good pitch to hit. Look out. JV game is done. Some folks walking over here to concession stand or to take in the varsity game. And have a head on a swivel here with 3 softball games happening at one time. Sits on it. Straightaway center field right at Sydney Barch. And that will end the top of the 6th. Williston picks up 4 runs in the inning. They lead 16-3. And again, 3 outs away from a run rule win in WDA play.
Approach at Legacy Financial Partners is a personal relationship. Our unique and collaborative approach to financial planning starts with your dreams, not just the numbers. We will work with you regularly to take action to update your plan as your needs evolve, recommending products and services that are right for your situation.
We can tackle it. Dig It Up Backhoe Service. Site preparation, demolition, road building and grade raises, culvert installation, directional drilling, and every kind of dig. No job too big or too small. It's Dig It Up Backhoe Service. Find them online, digitupbackhoe.com, or call 701-722-3315. It's Dig It Up Backhoe.
Williston Coyotes closing in on their 7th consecutive victory here right around the halfway point of the WDA softball season. And the 2nd inning in a row, they're 3 outs away. This time a 13-run advantage over the Minot High Majettes. Means Minot needs 4 here in the 6th inning to play the 7th. Journey Larson starts the inning with a foul out to first base. Smile all over the face of Kaya Stundall as she makes that catch in front of the Williston dugout. Coyotes having a lot of fun here. South Hill Softball Complex.
Now hitting number 16.
Crushing softballs and making plays defensively will do that. In Williston, a win today, that'll be 7 in a row. They'll improve to 8-1 overall. Their longest winning streak last year was 5 during the middle of the season. Eight and 1 start this time around. Their first 9 games last year went 4-5, including 2 big losses to Minot High. That'll be a 1-out single by Darby Mowbray, bobbled in left, and Mowbray's going to head to second base. A very late slide. Kind of a dangerous one as well for Mowbray. She's in a scoring position. Second hit for Mowbray of the game. Be the longest winning streak for Williston since 2023 when they won 7 games there. They got to 7-6 with a win against Legacy. That was in game 1 of that doubleheader. From game 2 of the Legacy doubleheader on through the rest of the season, Williston went 2-12 in 2023 after a 7-6 start. I think this year's team might be able to maintain this hot start both at the plate and defensively. Foul tip into the glove of Wilcox will be a strikeout as Rohr is retired. 2 out in the bottom of the 6th inning for Sidney Barch. Brings up the last chance for the Majets. Just a little bit up and out of the zone. 1-0. Oh, foul ball off the umpire's mask. Take some time here. Glumker 5 strikeouts through 5 1/3. A lot of 2-strike counts, but relying on the defense. Very good defense for Williston. Clean today. Just 1 Minot error in the book. That was on that drop fly ball and left. Foul well out of play. There's 2 strikes now. Klumker for the win. Fly ball to left, Senderhoff underneath it. Ball game. Williston wins it in 6. 16-3 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. We'll recap it next on the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms and hit that subscribe button on YouTube. PSP Network. It's game day.
Welcome into the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show. If you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. Visit them online at planningteam.com, helping clients work toward financial freedom. Final score on the BNC National Bank scoreboard: Williston 16, Minot High 3. It's the first, the farthest I can find for Williston, their first winning result or scoring result in the WDA standings against Minot since 2019, when they tied 11-11, a game that was suspended according to the box score. Just stopped in a tie game, 11-11. I could not find the last time Williston had beaten Minot High in softball, but they do it today. Start a streak for the Coyotes, 16-3 in just 6 innings. Let's take a look at how it happened, and it started right away for Williston. They're top of the order. We send the keys to the game, follow the lead, and they sure did that. Riley Ergens led things off with a single. Allie Wilcox drove her in just a few moments later on an RBI triple. It would be the first of 7 Williston triples in this game. I don't think I've ever seen that. 7 extra base hits, all triples for the Williston Coyotes. Wilcox had the first, an RBI in the first inning. Wilcox would come around to score there in the top of the first. Minot High went up to bat in the bottom of the first inning and got a 2-out rally put together with back-to-back hits by Sydney Barch and Hallie Baker, but Barch was picked off of second base by the catcher Wilcox, stopping that run right there and keeping Williston in the lead 2-0. The second inning is when Williston exploded. It was led off by a Senderhoff triple, Streitzel single, Heller walk, Ergens single, Wilcox single, and Slagle reaching on an error. The first 6 get on base for the Coyotes, and 5 are driven in total in that second inning. Williston took a 7-0 lead. It was 8-0 in a moment's notice after the third inning, and then the fourth, Minot High started to settle in there. They made a few nice defensive plays, got some outs on the bases, and kept Williston off the BNC National Bank scoreboard in the fourth. But down 8-0, a large comeback was still in store for Minot High. They started the comeback in the bottom of the fourth inning, thanks to a leadoff single by Grace Burdick. She advanced on a wild pitch, was driven in by a Reagan Terrell triple, and then Terrell was driven in by a Journey Larson sac fly. Minot got 2, but Williston responded in the top of the fifth with 4 more runs, including 3 triples in that fifth inning alone. It was Streitzel with a triple, and then 2 batters later, Allie Wilcox had a triple, and right after that, Akela Slagle hit a triple and scored on a wild pitch. Williston extended their lead to 12-2, 3 outs away from a run rule win in 5, but Minot High wanted to play a little more softball, at least in the earlier game today. McKenna Nygaard comes through with a clutch RBI single, scoring Hallie Baker, pushing this game to the 6th inning, but Williston just proved too much in that 6th, as they would score 4 more runs, a couple of walks, a pitching change, and of course another triple, this time by Morgan Streitzel. Williston went up 16-3, and that's the score at the end of things. Williston, a win, their 8th of the season, 5th in a row to begin WDA conference play in a run rule shortened fashion. 6 innings, 16-3 over Minot High. The starting pitcher for the Coyotes, Mika Klumpker, 6 innings, gets the win, allows 8 hits, 3 earned runs, 6 strikeouts, and 3 walks. Finished the day with 111 pitches, 67 of them 4 strikes. Minot High starting pitcher Hallie Baker got the loss, going 5 1/3 with 16 hits, 15 earned runs, and was credited for all 16 that came across, 3 strikeouts and 4 walks. McKenna Nygaard came in and got the last 2 outs of the 6th inning, but got no decision. And now time for the hard parts. The awards of our post-game show, the Sport Clips MVP of the game, and there was so many good offensive days in general for Williston today. I mean, the 7 extra base hits, all for triples. A couple of players had 2 of them each. Streitzel, 2 triples. Senderhoff, 2 triples. Wilcox had 2 as well. Akela Slagle, a very nice late game there with the speed working around the bases. But I think we're going to have to go with Morgan Streitzel on this one. 4 for 4 day, 2 triples, 3 runs scored as well, and 3 driven in for her. Overall, just a great day. Also made a couple nice plays at third base when given the opportunity. Williston defense as a whole played well, but a 4-for-4 day with 8 total bases for Morgan Streitzel is going to earn her the Sport Clips MVP of game number 1. Sport Clips bringing the MVP of the matchup. They are home to the MVP haircut experience. Check it online with a hairstylist today at sportclips.com or on the app. As for the Magic City Home Leisure move of the game, home to the Michael Phelps Swim Spas. Right on Broadway in Minot, North Dakota, it's Magic City Home Leisure. It's a little bit warmer outside. They've got the giant inflatable duck. That's Magic City Home Leisure here in Minot. They bring you the move of the game. A lot of exciting plays for Williston in this one. There wasn't like a highlight reel defensive play, but I think just the move of the game is Williston right away in the first and second innings, those extra base hits. I'm going to give it to the 2 triples in the first 2 innings. Wilcox, the RBI in the first to give Williston the lead 1-0, a lead they would hang on to the whole way. And then Senderhoff to kick off the second inning, a 3-base hit, just kept the momentum with Williston there in the early innings. So we're going to go with co-move of the game, Allie Wilcox, the RBI triple in the first, and Lola Senderhoff leading off the second inning with a triple as well. Your Magic City Home Leisure moves of the game for game number 1. Well, that just about does it for our first game of the day. And our planning team financial advisors, Shots Crossroads post-game show. Williston the win. They improve to 8-1 overall, 5-0 in the conference. Minot High falls to 10-2 overall, 8-1 in the conference. We'll be back in a few minutes for first pitch of game number 2. Already getting the lineup card, so we're closing in on first pitch here from Minot. We'll have the very abbreviated Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show, and then, of course, game 2 on the way. Williston and Minot Coyotes go for the sweep.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms and hit that subscribe button on YouTube. PSP Network. It's game day.
An injury can happen anywhere, at any time, to anyone. It's not really something you can schedule on your calendar. But when it happens to you and it's not your fault, there's one law firm to remember. That firm is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We live here and take pride in helping our community. We know this area inside and out. We put in the work and fight for what's right so justice can prevail for you. That is what we're all about. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
The foundation of the financial planning approach at Legacy Financial Partners is a personal relationship. Our unique and collaborative approach to financial planning starts with your dreams, not just the numbers. We will work with you regularly to take action to update your plan as your needs evolve, recommending products and services that are right for your situation.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
exceptional welders, carpenters, assembly technicians, and coating technicians. If you're right for Sun, Sun is right for you. Since 1939, we've been making quality equipment and parts for the oil field and beyond. We're world-class, family-owned, and all-American. And as our business grows, we need to grow our team in Newburgh, North Dakota. Sund Manufacturing offers great pay, great benefits, and a great community to raise a family. Apply today.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Ready to begin game number 2 today for the Shields South Hill Softball Complex in Minot. Reagan Terrell warm-up pitches in before the first inning. She'll be the starter in game 2 for Minot High, looking to bounce back from a 13-run loss to begin the day. Here's the lineup she'll be facing from Williston. No changes from game 1 to game 2. Ergens, Wilcox, Slagle, Klumker, Chloe Stundal, Kaya Stundal, Senderhoff, Streitzel, and Heller for Williston. They improved to 8-1 earlier today with a 16-3 victory over Minot High in the first game. 7 extra base hits, all 7 were triples in game number 1 for Williston. They replicate something like that. First pitch from Trell is called a strike and run away with game 2 of WDA softball on the PSP network. This is the zone there. It'll be 1-1. The numbers on Terrell this season. Right-handed starting pitcher, making her 3rd start of the season. 6 total appearance, a 3-0 record over 17 innings, 28 strikeouts to 3 walks. And ERA at 1.24. Called strike 3. Sits down Ergens. First K of the day for Trell, the first batter faced.
Now hitting number 11.
Minot's defense in game number 2. Darby Mowbray will be the catcher. Grace Burdick at first. Nygaard at second. Baker at short. Kennedy Erdman at third, left to right in the outfield. Gabby Rohr, Sydney Barch, and Journey Larson. 0-1 lifted just behind the third base bag. Hallie Baker, the range from shortstop to make the catch. No changes to the names, just changes to a couple of positions for Coach Cedarstrom and the Minot High Jets defensively from game 1 to game 2. No real changes in the lineup either when they come up to bat in the bottom half. First pitch, waiting patiently, was Kayla Slagle. It's a low fly ball out to center field, and it's a quick 1-2-3 and inside the circle for Reagan Terrell in the first. Minot High looking to take the lead right away in the first inning right here on the PSP Network.
Making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go. The team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
Into this. With Shaw's Crossroads Fuel to Food reward program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shaw's Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shaw's Crossroads.
Quickly, the batting order for Minot in game number 2. Mowbray, Rohr, and Barch lead things off, followed by Baker, Erdman, and Burdick. Nygaard, Terrell, and Larson, the bottom third for the Majettes in game number 2. They go up against Williston starting pitcher, Alana Thomas. Thomas comes home with ball 1. Thomas focuses on the pitching side and usually doesn't play a defensive position and doesn't hit unless she is pitching. Miss again for ball 2, scoreless on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. The numbers for Thomas this season, making her 4th start, 6 total pitching appearance. Induces a line drive into left center field to the gap. Darby Mowbray hustling into second. She'll settle in there with a leadoff double to begin the bottom of the first inning, picking up where she left off in game number 1 with 2 doubles and a walk in her last 3 plate appearances. But going back to Thomas,
now hitting left fielder,
his first 5 pitching appearances, she's gone a total of 21 innings, totaling 34 strikeouts to 14 walks and a mid-3 ERA. It's a foul ball for strike 1 against Gabby Rohr. So Minot High, the early offense in game number 2 after retiring the side for Williston in the top of the first inning. A leadoff extra base hit, hitting with a runner in scoring position, and now seeing a ball is Rohr. Rohr tried to bunt in her first at-bat of game 1. It's fielded cleanly by the pitcher, then Mika Klumker. This time swinging away, will get a base hit, and they will stop Mowbray at third. Runners on the corners now after back-to-back hits.
Number 1, Sydney Barch.
We'll bring up Sydney Barch. It's the start of a big inning for Minot High, and how much they would like that after how game 1 went early on, the struggles with runners in scoring position. A ball to Barch and a quick look over to third base. Not going to fool Mowbray. Barch reaching out off the plate from the left-handed batter's box. Another one that's going to get to the fence. They're waving in Rohr. The relay throw is going to be stopped there in the middle by the shortstop, Chloe Stundal. It's 2 runs batted in for Sydney Barch, who settles into second with a double.
Now hitting shortstop, number 4, Hallie Baker.
2-0 Minot High on the BNC National Bank scoreboard for Hallie Baker. By the way, the Williston defense, Wilcox is the catcher, Kaya Stundal at first, Riley Riggins at second, Chloe Stundal at short, Mika Klumker is at third. That's a 4th consecutive Minot High hit. Barch turns the corner at third and will jog across home plate as Minot takes a 3-0 lead.
Now hitting, playing third base, number 28, Kennedy.
By the way, left to right in the outfield for the Coyotes in game 2, Senderhoff, Slagle, and Heller. First one to Kennedy Erdman, misses up high for a ball. 3-0 Minot High lead immediately. There has not been an out recorded. Double, single, double, single. Baker on first for Erdman. Patiently waiting for a pitch to hit. Heading the count 2-0. That was just going to miss. Good eye by Erdman. Erdman doesn't walk too much. Just 2 walks in 36 plate appearances this spring. Thomas picks up a strike. Alana Thomas, one of the top pitching options for Williston, has let the first 5 batters reach base. That's the first walk. Baker will advance to second base. And a troubling start for Williston here in the bottom of the first inning. Foul ball by Grace Burdick. As is the case for most teams, no matter of state, no matter of class, no matter of really level of softball. Not too many pitchers in a rotation. Williston has used just 4 pitchers this year. Klumker, who pitched the complete game in Game 1, just 6 innings, improving her record on the year to 3-0. And the pitcher right now, Alana Thomas, really the 2 options for Williston to start games. Morgan Streitzel has appeared in 2, and Avery Ostrom has really only appeared in 1 game total in the softball season. To pitch. So that being said, this is Alana Thomas's game to start and finish, despite 3 runs across in the first inning. Now a wild pitch to Burdick. Fills the count, and it advances the base runner 60 feet. First base empty. Full count pitch. Hit out to center field, out of the reach of Slagle. There's the 4th Minot run, and here comes the 5th. Erdman scores from second. Burdick has a 2 RBI double, and it is all Majets here in the first inning, 5-0.
Now hitting for the Magicians, playing second base.
5 runs on 5 hits, 3 of them doubles, plus the 1 walk. For 6 have gotten on base safely. Nygaard almost did. Took that one in the hand, but moves out of the way. Nygaard swings and misses, and that pitch up and out of the zone. Kind of at eye level for Nygaard, who moves from shortstop to second base from game 1 to 2, with Baker going back to her regular position of short. Worry about the offensive side right now, and Minot already has put up more runs this first inning than they did all of game number 1 without an out being recorded. Off the end of the bat. Thomas, pitcher for Williston, a strike away from getting that first out via a strikeout. It's a very good defense by Williston in game number 1. See if we get a ground ball here, but misses the zone again. Count goes to full. Thomas wears a bright blue glove out there. Williston, the all-gray uniforms today. Foul again. Just gets over the fence. Minot in their Alzheimer's Awareness Day alternate purple, but the temperature is only getting colder. And the sweater's out for game number 1, so they're technically wearing maroon today, except for their pitcher. Called strike 3. Thomas finds the strike zone there. It's the first out of the first inning. Still a ways to go, though. Here in the first, Minot still batting with a runner in scoring position. It'll be Reagan Terrell.
Reagan Terrell.
Terrell, watch ball 1. Again, just a little bit off the plate. Got the gold batting helmet, the purple jerseys. Not too many schools in North Dakota have that color scheme going on. Kind of reminds me of a mixture of Hart River, Belfield South Hart, and the Legion baseball team, the Belfield Knights. Hit the other way. Terrell has a chance at an RBI. They are going to send Burdick, and again, there's no play at the plate. 6-run first inning for Minot High, and counting. It's still just 1 out.
Now hitting number 29, Journey Larson.
Another pitch Right, the face mask of Journey Larson's batting helmet. Ducks out of the way. 1-0. Hit a long ways foul off the bleachers down the right field side. About 2 spectators out there in those bleachers. Also got 1 out behind the right field fence, 1 straightaway center field. Probably a few in those cars on the side of the road. Another foul ball into the parking lot this time. Ball and 2 strikes to Larson, the 9th batter of the inning for Minot. They'll have batted around here in the first inning. Darby Mowbray will come up. Only way Williston can prevent that is by turning 2 here. Pop up to short. Catch made by Chloe Stundall. 2 gone in the first inning.
Now batting number 16, Darby Mowbray.
Mowbray began this first inning with a double. Came around to score the first of 6 Minot runs in the opening frame against Alana Thomas. The 1-0. Off the cap of the bat, and it's still going to work. An infield single and then a throwing error. Advances Terrell to third. Stundall had to make some sort of play here in the first inning. Just have to. You're in Williston's position. The throw is a little bit late, and it also got past her sister over at first, Kaya Stundall. Doesn't really do a whole lot of damage, just moves Terrell up to third. There's runners on the corners with 2 outs for Gabby Rohr. Rohr swinging right away. Coach Cedarstrom wants a courtesy runner. Once again, it'll be Talia Griswold for the catcher, Darby Mowbray.
Courtesy runner at first base, number 14, Talia Griswold.
In the air, well out of play. No chance for Kaya Stundall to get to that. I believe it was the Tioga Pirates that are playing on the other field here at South Hill against Bishop Ryan. That's a good Tioga team in the early part of the year in Region 3. See if we can find a final score from that game. Tioga, I really don't know why I know this, but they had quite an interesting final out against Glenburn right before the holiday break. It was one of those plays where they appealed to second base. Did she leave before the catch was made, tagging up? Actually a play with a Glenburn base runner at second, tagged up from second to home. Trying to tie the game. Pitch up high, gets out of the glove of Allie Wilcox, but not far enough to score Terrell from third. Griswold did advance to second base. The steal. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Bottom of the first inning, 6-0 Minot. The 2-2 to Rohr. Looks at strike 3. The inning is over. Thomas gets out of that first inning eventually, but Minot puts up a 6 spot in the first inning. They have the first lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. You're watching high school softball on the PSP Network.
I can't believe I wrecked my car. There are some things in life we can't control. But what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
Making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go. The team at Ackerman Estbold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
Six nothing Minot on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Your life is busy. That's why they'll make managing your money easy with locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. Find them online at bnc.bank. Swing and miss for strike one to begin the second inning. Mika Klumpker at the plate. Another swing and miss for strike two. Well, Williston, they put Minot high in this position in game number one. Now getting to experience having to play from behind today. Williston had as much as an 8-0 lead to begin the game. That's a swing and miss again. Gets to the backstop. A strikeout is recorded. Terrell just back to back to back, higher and higher out of the zone, and gets Klumpker swinging at all of them. Recording the punch out. Second K of the day for Reagan Terrell, an inning and a third into her start.
Now hitting number 6, Chloe.
Picks up another first pitch strike against Chloe Stundall. Stundall liner right back at Terrell, knocks it down. Still throws over to first. Middle infield. Checking on their pitcher after that.
Number 24, Kaya Stundall.
Late on it was Kaya Stundall. At least in high school, I think it is a rule though at the high school level. Still got to wear the face mask in softball if you're on the infield, especially for the pitcher. Do Minot State games, and I don't understand how as a pitcher you wouldn't wear that. We're so close to home plate. Reaction time. Ground ball to short. Baker with a backhand. Throw is just a little late. Kaya Stundall hustling out of the box. Down by 6, 2 outs. Trying to avoid another 1-2-3 inning. It's a hustle play like that that might get Williston back into this thing.
Now batting number 8, Lola Senderhoff.
That's just kind of that last play. Kind of a lot like this start to the game for Williston. You beat a team by 13 runs, going to come back 20 minutes later, and it just hasn't been the same. Swung about an eighth of the way around, and it's a foul ball for a strike. Good Lola Senderhoff. Shaw misses there. Oh no, got a strike. Yes, he did. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count on Senderhoff. Left-handed hitting left fielder for the Coyotes at the plate. With Kaya Stundall ready to run at first on contact. Held up the swing that time with 2 strikes. If you want to appeal, the umpire's down the first base side. Ground ball to the pitcher. 1 bounce to Terrell. Sets and throws to record yet another out. Terrell gets the strikeout and fields 2 groundouts in that inning. Keeps Williston scoreless. It's 6-0 through an inning and a half on the PSP Network.
Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Well, PSP Network in Minot in Bismarck, as always, on a Tuesday and a Thursday. WDA softball and baseball underway on the network. Baseball broadcast down in the Municipal Ballpark. The new look, Bismarck Municipal Ballpark, went final already in game number 1. The Legacy Sabres, an 18-4 run rule shortened win over their rival Century Patriots. Is it too early to say there's been a changing of the guard there in Bismarck as who the top baseball team is? Legacy took the title in the WDA last year. Century kind of rebuilding, putting things back together after years and years of dominating the sport out west. Still got game 2 coming up on the PSP network. We also got baseball, 4 games of baseball on the PSP network coming up on Thursday. More on that in just a little bit. Sidney Barch up to the plate for his second time already in the game. Brought in a run on a double in the first inning. She came around and scored later on. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count against Lana Thomas. Inside and low. Rolls away from the catcher Wilcox. Here in Minot, we will have coverage of Mandan and Minot North baseball, a doubleheader. First pitch at 4:30. We'll go on the air with the pregame show at 4. Barch turns away from another inside pitch from Thomas. Barch got hit in the arm by pitch in game number 1. Fouls it off. No harm in that. Well, it might have been ball 4. There's been a bit of a big zone starting to be put together here in game number 2 of the day. So, right idea by Barch. Another full count delivery. Again, attacking, trying to get it off the plate, but Barch is just going to roll that one back into right field, the pull side. A leadoff single by Barch in the second inning.
Now batting for the Magicians.
The 8th Minot High hit against Thomas. Thomas had allowed 18 hits through 21 innings this year, 8 through an inning plus here against Minot. Inside pitch, and it's going to turn into a double play. Barch took off trying to steal second. Baker hit that one off the bat grip tape. It was caught down the line by Klumker at third, and they're going to double off Barch at first. So a double play, and Williston now chance to face the minimum in the second inning. Up to Kennedy Erdman to keep the second inning going. Minot up 6. Put up all those runs in the first inning, but trying to keep up with what Williston did in game number 1. Can't just say that's enough through 1 inning. We've seen the Coyotes offense game in and game out, every single game in WDA play, put up 10 or more runs. So the challenge, 6 might not be enough today. Pop up to the first baseman, it's Kaya Stundal. And Thomas, after the leadoff single, only faces 3 batters in that inning. Coyotes coming up to bat, down by 6 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. WDA softball returns next on the PSP Network.
Have over 60 years combined experience in the field. Not only are we writing estimates, talking with customers, we're in the shop working alongside of our team members.
I've always had a very strong passion for repairing vehicles. I've been doing it since I've been in high school, and I've always enjoyed seeing the vehicle repaired back to their original conditions.
Thank you for the opportunity to serve the Bismarck-Mandan community for the last 7 years. We look forward to expanding into our new addition to better serve our customers, Centennial Collision and Paint.
Rooted in the heart of our vibrant communities stands Bravera Bank, offering complete financial services for banking, wealth management, and insurance. From home loans and checking accounts,
let me tell you about the cashback rewards with this account,
to wealth management We'll help you forge your path ahead.
Let's create a plan to reach your financial goals. Sounds great.
With specialty insurance coverage, our advisors ensure your operation can carry on.
Looks like it's going to be a great harvest.
This broadcast of high school softball on the PSP Network is brought to you in part by Planet Pizza. Call now at 701-852-1700 to place an order tonight. A while ago, got to try out the Blue Buffalo.
Morgan Streitzel at the plate for the Coyotes.
The stress on it's been a while. It might be time again. 2 strikes. Reagan Terrell to the leadoff batter, Morgan Streitzel, here in the 3rd inning. Look out. Got hit her in the elbow. Nobody in softball, at least in the high school side, wearing that elbow guard that you see all the time in baseball. Reaching out there, another drop 3rd strike. Streitzel sprints to first, but another throw by Mowbray will beat the batter there. Completes another strikeout for Terrell.
Now batting number 16, Julie Heller.
Heller, a late bunt, pops it up. Trying to squeeze play there, catch Minot off guard. It's really hard to catch a team off guard in softball trying to bunt. Play so prevalent in the sport. But Heller there, that was so late it was almost a half swing. 0-1, this time swinging away, but well late. There's a laser beam into the Williston dugout. So Terrell again gets quickly ahead 0-2. The pitch. Jammed. Rolls it to second base. Nygaard underhand flip. 2 outs to begin the 3rd. Terrell's faced the Williston lineup 1 time through. Just 1 base runner. A 2-out single in the 2nd by Kaya Stundal that went nowhere. 3 strikeouts for Reagan so far. Dual sport athlete. Softball, volleyball. Oh, 1. That sounded like it hit something. I think it was Mowbray, though. Who's headed for the bottom of Ergens' bat or her hand. Home plate umpire didn't say it was a hit by pitch, so sounds like it just hit the catcher's gear of Mowbray, and that's how the call is going to stay. Ball and a strike. 2 outs, top of the 3rd. Coach Cedars from out of the dugout. He's asking what happened here. That last pitch was called a ball. Wasn't a foul ball. That was what the discussion was. And here, Gerard saying, no, no, no. That did not hit my catcher. That hit the bat. But without replay or review, I'm not sure what's going to get changed here. Fairly quick argument there. One ball, 1 strike. Still the count on Riley Ergens. It's called strike there. Outer part of the plate. Terrell says, I don't really care what the count is. Just fill the strike zone to this point. She's been doing that through the first 3 innings. Let's go inside that time. Maybe you say change the eye level of hitters. It's kind of what we saw Klumpker of Williston do. Early in the count, stay low, and then come back up high. Well, Terrell, it's inside, outside, and right there, a riser that gets over the bat of Ergens for strike 3. 4th K of the day for Terrell. Ends the road half of the 3rd inning. 6-0 Majets on the PSP Network.
For a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold up. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
The nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face wavy hair. Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with the hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all.
7, pressure, points, yeah! It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's a spot! Right there, huh? Sport clips, the pros in men's hair.
To the bottom of the third inning on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. WDA softball on the PSP network. It'll be a while again, I believe, until there's softball broadcast from Minot. A lot of baseball from Corbett Field. Can't wait to get back there. Should be there tomorrow for Minot State baseball as they host Northern State. Their season already coming to an end. It's crazy. Spring sports season. It felt like it just started yesterday, and it's going to be over tomorrow. Ball and a strike from Alana Thomas to leadoff batter here of the inning, Grace Burdick. Two strikes on Burdick. Ground ball just under the glove of Kaya Stundal. Didn't really move for it, just trying to reach out. Didn't get the glove down. And a leadoff hit for Burdick.
Now batting number 9, McKenna Nygaard.
Runner goes. A block pitch by Wilcox. Puts Burdick at second. Our next high school softball broadcast on the PSP network won't be until May 8th when Minot High hosts Minot North. Foul ball bunt down the line. That'll be strike 2 on McKenna Nygaard. Struck out her first time up. So catch that one, and then a few days after that, Minot North will host Bismarck High. It's funny, we haven't seen Minot North's softball team yet this year on the PSP network, and we won't until May 8th. Pulls back a bunt. Burdick took off for third. A very smart play there. Nobody was covering the base. You had the bunt defense on by Mika Klumker. She was halfway down the third base line, and Chloe Stundal just running a race from shortstop with Burdick, and Burdick's going to win it. She goes from first to third on this at bat. Nygaard, 2-ball, 1-strike count. Swing and a miss for strike 2. So we've got 3 more regular season softball broadcasts, and then we'll bring you the entire WDA softball tournament here from South Hill Complex. Well hit, but well foul. 3 full days of softball, May 22nd through the 24th. Ending with the championship game on Saturday night here from South Hill. Full count now on Nygaard. At the same time, we'll have a crew out in Williston for the WDA baseball tournament. Williston baseball, just like softball, sitting at the top of the standings right now. Got it. Paint there from Alana Thomas. Already her 3rd strikeout.
Now batting number 15, Reagan Terrell.
Second time she gets Nygaard on strike 3. Now will face the pitcher, Reagan Terrell. Called strike. Not too many balls in play here in the third inning for Minot High after putting together 8 hits in the first 2 innings. Got the leadoff single by Burdick, but both Nygaard and Terrell just living in foul territory right now. Put it between the lines here, 1-2, but Thomas doesn't put that pitch in the zone. Already 70 pitches for Alana Thomas in this start. But as we said in the first inning, it's her game to begin and end inside the circle. One bounce to the shortstop. Stundall makes quite the snag there. Throws out the base runner Terrell at first, but Burdick will score from third base. Stundall didn't have too much time to think about that one, and sometimes those are the easiest plays to make as a shortstop.
Now hitting number 29, Journey Larson.
Slow rollers, you're always thinking. Charge, play on the short hop, playing on the big hop, bare hand, whatever it is. But those that are screaming past you, just stick out the glove and go back to the basics. Two outs and nobody on base. 7-0 Minot High lead for Journey Larson. Even 1 ball, 1 strike count. Back to the pitcher. Thomas catching fire to first. More PFPs by the Williston Coyotes, but 1 more run for Minot. Makes it 7-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Back with more after this.
At any time, to anyone. It's not really something you can schedule on your calendar. But when it happens to you and it's not your fault, there's one law firm to remember. That firm is Schweigert, Clemeen, and McBride. We live here and take pride in helping our community. We know this area inside and out. We put in the work and fight for what's right so justice can prevail for you. That is what we're all about. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemeen, and McBride.
Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
Well, taking a look at our BNC National Bank out-of-town scoreboard. A very important score coming in from Mandan earlier today. The only other unbeaten team along with Williston. There's a ground ball to second base. Nygaard will field and throw. We came into the day with 3 unbeaten teams in the conference, Minot, Williston, and Bismarck. Williston took game 1 today, so we were left with 2. And then Mandan defeated Bismarck High 2-1 behind a complete game 5-hit. 3 strikeout performance by their starting pitcher, Harris. And Mandan got the win over Bismarck 2-1, so that means there's only 1 undefeated team left in conference play, and that is these Williston Coyotes. Got a hit batter there. Kayla Slagle didn't really know it. Usually see a reaction, or even if it was close. Maybe too many sweatshirts.
Now hitting number 25, Makia Klumker.
Talking about game 2, though. A bit of a change. Mandan wins game 1 2-1. Bismarck has a 17-8 lead right now in the 6th inning. Looking for the split there with the Braves. Minot looking for the split here, and well, go into the next game day 2 days from now on Thursday. With a 3-way tie for first, everybody with 1 loss. Strike 2, Mika Klumker. Pitch from Terrell. Fly ball to left. Camping out underneath it was Gabby Rohr. Some other scores. Legacy 10-run century, a 10-0 win, and another hit by pitch here. One offering to Chloe Stundall. Plunks the batter. That's the 2 base runners here in the inning. A hit by pitch to both Slagle and Stundall. 2 on, 2 out now for Kaya Stundall, who has Williston's only hit in Game 2. First pitch swinging. Baker moving over to her right. There's a force out there at third, and the Magi are going to get it. Smart play there by the shortstop, Hallie Baker. Go where her momentum was going. Ends the 4th inning again. Williston without a run. 7-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard through 3.5.
The nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face wavy hair. Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all.
7, pressure, poise, yeah! It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's a spot! Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese. It has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah.
Order for Danny?
Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Pitch clocks in pretty much every single league of baseball and softball these days. And it's really good for the broadcast team. They know how long to take commercial breaks. At Williston, they would not need a pitch clock at all. 2 warm-up pitches and we're ready to go. 2 balls, no strikes to begin the 4th inning. Darby Mowbray at the plate, the leadoff batter in the lineup card, leadoff batter in the 4th. For Minot, Alana Thomas, starting pitcher for Williston, does pick up a strike there. Minot High got 6 runs in the 1st inning. 1 more in the 3rd to take the 7-run lead. Ground ball hit to 3rd underneath the glove of Klumker. Slams a right hand on the turf as that one got by. Probably not a fielding error, though, for Klumker. That was hard hit and just out of her reach. One of those in the situation Williston's in, you know, those infielders, they just want to knock it down for sure, help out the cause for Thomas. Hasn't had too much of an issue walking batters in this game. Has issued just 1 base on balls in this game. Other than that, it's just been hits aplenty for Minot High. A roar, a loud foul ball down the right field line. 3rd hit of the game for Darby Mowbray. She's courtesy ran for again by Talia Griswold. Line drive to second, not caught. The throw to first, though, still in time. Way to still make a play by Riley Ergens. And that could have been real bad for Minot High. That was a double play about to be made if Ergens hangs on to it. Griswold was off to second base.
Now batting number 1, Sydney Barber.
So both teams, they kind of share that play 50-50. Pitch to the backstop. It's a weird one. Thomas didn't really miss too far anywhere, but the catcher Wilcox came out of her stance early. So Griswold advances to 3rd. Barch watches ball 2. Looking at the out-of-town BNC National Bank scoreboard in the last half inning. One more interesting Game 1 score to report. Dickinson a 5-2 win over Jamestown. In between everybody there on the left side of the infield, going to be an infield hit for Sydney Barch. She has a 3-hit game going.
Now batting number 4, Hallie Baker.
Just landed in the nowhere part of the infield. Outside the pitcher's circle. Away from Klumker. Stundal was over to cover third base, it seemed like. Foul ball, strike one to Hallie Baker. Hallie Baker came into today's action with a batting average of .517. It's down to .513 after game one. Barch takes off for second base, no throw. Darby Mowbray, though, with the day she's been having, has improved her batting average into the 500s. Pretty good to have two players getting a hit at or better than 1 out of every 2 at-bats. Foul ball back to the fence. 2 strikes now on Baker. Mowbray leads the team in OPS in the 1500s. For those that don't know what that is, it's how often you get on base and how often you get extra base hits. Kind of a power hitting number. Out to left field, over the head of Senderhoff. That'll plate 2 runs pretty easily for Minot High. And they lead 9-0 now on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. 2 runs batted in for Hallie Baker.
Now batting number 28, Tammy Erdman.
Hit on a line to left field, more towards the gap in left center. Senderhoff was over there, kind of caught up to the softball, but it just kept flying overhead. Up high for ball 1 to Kennedy Erdman. Thomas already approaching 90 pitches thrown through 3 1/3. Got a run rule shortened complete game outing from Mika Klumker in game 1. Had to go just 6 innings to get that win. One relief pitcher option for the Coyotes should they need it later in this game. Another close miss by Thomas. 3 balls, no strikes. A 4-pitch walk and a throw back to second base. We've seen this before. Oh, and Williston nearly had it pulled off again, but the tag. Oh, and now Minot almost run into it. Yeah, good choice there by Williston to just hold on the ball, but Klumker had her glove hand trying to apply the tag, got slid into by the cleat of Baker, popped the ball out. The tag was there in time to throw out another Minot base runner on a back pick to second base. Baker decided to take off for third, and the slide knocked the softball out of Klumker's glove, and he seems to be all right. The glove's back on her hand. But Erdman decided to take second base with all that happening over at third. Now Grace Burdick. And now Minot High closing in on run rule territory. If they can drive in at least 1 run here and get 3 more outs on top of the 5th, we can go home early. Line drive to short. The tag is going to be there, and Williston is not going to send us home early today. A double play ends the inning. Well, we guess players still on the field. Music's playing. I'm ready to head to commercial. That's a double play. No, they called her safe at second. The call came from behind the play. It looked pretty clear from way over here that Erdman was tagged before diving back to second base. So turn off the music. We're staying live on PSP Network. We're still in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Now batting McKenna Nygaard.
McKenna Nygaard. Still an opportunity for Minot to put the 10-run rule in effect here. Big call here in the 4th inning to take away that double play. Williston is probably by the end of this inning picked up 5 outs. You think about that pickoff play to try and get Baker back at second base. She advances to third, and the tag just comes out of Klumpker's glove thanks to the slide. High pop fly. That one's in the other field. And then that double play that it looked like Williston had, but they did not. 2-1, 2 out, bottom of the 4th, 9-0 lead. Another well-hit softball. Goodness, Nygaard has hit quite a few of these foul ball home runs in this game. I can think of 3 now that have just gone the wrong direction. Going in fair territory around them all, McKenna Nygaard. 2-2 from Thomas. Again going foul. Loud crash as it hits the concrete. Better if you hear that sound than crashing of glass. 2-2 again. Just off the plate. Nice place to go there with 2 strikes. These pitchers had to get creative. Such good situational hitting teams. Payoff pitch in the 4th will be a walk. Loads the bases for Reagan Terrell.
Now batting the pitcher, number 15, Reagan Terrell.
Baker at third, Erdman at second, Nygaard at first. 1 run and Minot High. The 10-run rule into effect in the 5th inning. It's that time where Minot's trying to run up the score in a 9-run game. Terrell, the pitcher, looking for a 5-inning shutout win. Needs to drive in a run here, though. 0-1, takes it for strike 2. Terrell, 7 strikeouts in 27 at-bats this year. Hitting in the bottom half of the lineup as we get close to the midpoint of the season. Sometimes not even hitting when she's pitching, but playing both sides today. Again, just not going to get that outside part. Wilcox tried as best as she could to frame that one, but I think framed it too far. Sometimes you just got to flip the glove or flip the wrist a little bit, and that time drug it. I think the umpire caught onto that. 2-2, 2 out, bottom of the 4th, bases loaded, 9-run lead for Minot. Inside, now a full count. Thomas ready with another payoff pitch. Thinking who would DP in the place of Terrell if she didn't want to hit, but Minot High, not a very deep bench. They've only used, besides their starting 9, 3 players off the bench all year. Griswold's one of them, and she's a courtesy runner. Again, misses. Terrell will walk, also brings in a run, and now a visit inside the circle taken by the Coyotes. A couple of chances here in the 4th inning to get out of this inning, but that has not happened. Back-to-back walks now have brought in the 10th run for Minot High. 16-3 win in Game 1 for Williston. They improved to 5-0 in the conference. 8-1 overall, but now trailing by 10 here in game number 2. At least there was some laughing and smiling after the conference inside the circle. Sometimes all it is a joke. If I walk 3 batters in a row, last thing I want to hear is the catcher or the coach come out there and tell a joke, but sometimes it just works. There's a strike. Fly ball right field. And a basket catch made by Julie Hiller. And that ends the 4th inning. Williston down to their final 3 outs. They need at least 1 run in the top of the 5th. Stay playing here in Minot.
Exceptional welders, carpenters, assembly technicians, and coating technicians. If you're right for Sun, Sun is right for you. Since 1939, we've been making quality equipment and parts for the oil field and beyond. We're world-class, family-owned, and all-American. And as our business grows, we need to grow our team in Newburgh, North Dakota. Sun Manufacturing offers great pay, great benefits, and a great community to raise a family. Apply today.
We've learned a lot about why local matters, unlike those guys. We take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
Today's broadcast of high school softball on the PSP Network, brought to you in part by Ryan Family Dealerships. At Ryan Dealerships, the commitment and respect for their customers is as strong today as it was 50 years ago. Experience the difference. You can visit one of the 5 locations in Minot or Williston, or shop online at driveryan.com. First pitch of the 5th inning from Reagan Terrell as
Lola Senderhoff at the plate for the Coyotes.
ball 1 to Lola Senderhoff. Well, if Reagan Terrell can get 3 outs here in the 5th inning without allowing a run, keep the shutout intact, we'll have the planning team financial advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show. Out to center field, well hit, deepest part of the park. 1 hop to the fence, Senderhoff off to the races. Sliding into third with no throw. It's another triple for Senderhoff, her 3rd triple of the day. All 3 hits have gone for 3 bases for Senderhoff. The OPS numbers, which you talk about a lot with these teams because they hit the ball for extra bases a lot. Senderhoff's has skyrocketed today. She had 1 triple in her first 32 plate appearances this year and has 3 today. Foul ball off the bat of Morgan Streitzel. So there's the run Williston needs here in the 5th. She's 60 feet away from scoring with nobody out in the 5th inning. Streitzel waves and misses. Williston's next doubleheader up will be against the Dickinson Midgets on Thursday on the road in the Queen City. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I don't think I've got a Dickinson broadcast at all this year, so I got to mention it. Getting a new mascot next year. 0 for ball 3. And out of the list of the finalist list, Dickinson Drillers is my favorite. If my vote matters at all in that one, going with the Drillers. Foul ball, still a full count. Minot's next game will be over the weekend, also in Dickinson, funny enough. They'll be in action on Friday in that little tournament get-together. Play West Fargo out of the EDC and this Williston team. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Terrell, that's a big out to get in this situation. Leadoff triple, the best way to get out of a jam is to pick up a strikeout in there. Now a pop fly that's not going to get out of the infield. In fact, it's caught in foul territory by Grace Burdick. And now Minot is 1 out away. So the top of the order, Riley Ergens up for a 3rd time. Terrell looking to seal the deal. Starts with a strike. Minot will play West Fargo and Williston on Friday. Central Cass and Kindred Richland on Saturday in the Dickinson tournament. 1 pitch. Just gets the corner there. Low and outside to Ergens. It's an 0-2 count. So after the leadoff triple, Terrell not even bothered by it. The 0-2 pitch. Foul. We play on. Ergens 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. A rare game for her, hitting .484 through her first 40 at-bats. Pop-up just gets over the Williston dugout. Fans over on that Williston side, they've been busy keeping track of these foul balls. 0-2 again. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Terrell, the run rule shortened complete game shutout. Minot High bounces back as best as you could from losing 16-3. They win 10-0 in Game 2 of the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show. Coming up next, recapping today's doubleheader between Williston and Minot on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms and hit that subscribe button on YouTube. PSP Network. It's game day.
One last look at the Shields South Hill Softball Complex today. For a while, it's going to be a couple weeks till we're back. More on that later on in our Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show. Shots Crossroads is your post-game headquarters. Order online at shotscrossroads.com for their delicious menu that includes the famous number 99. Team buses are always welcome at Shots Crossroads. The Game 2 final score, Minot 10, Williston nothing. It ends in just 4.5 innings, approximately 50 minutes. The time of the game. I know we were talking in Game 1 about the longest games to happen. That's one of the quicker games to ever happen in softball in North Dakota. Let's recap how it happened. And unlike Game 1 for Williston, their bats were shut down right away by Minot starting pitcher Reagan Terrell. Had a 1-2-3 first inning, came back in the second, got a strikeout to begin it, a ground out right back to her, and then a single for Williston, one of just 2 hits for the Coyotes in game number 2. It was followed up by another ground out back to Terrell, the pitcher. No problem in those first 2 innings inside the circle for her. And meanwhile, that was happening. Minot got hot on the bats. Darby Mowbray led off the bottom of the first inning with a double. That was followed by a Rohr single, Barch double, Baker single, Erdman walk, Burdick double, a strikeout in between, and then a Reagan Terrell single, a pop out, and then Mowbray came up to bat again, got her second hit of the inning. Minot in the first scored 6 runs on 7 hits against Alana Thomas, the Williston starter. Back-to-back seasons, they got to Thomas early on, had allowed 23 hits in last year's meeting, 7 in the first inning today. But Thomas pitched through it, facing the minimum in the second, and the lead for Minot High stayed at 6 through the third inning as Terrell just kept on firing. A 1-2-3 third for Terrell inside the circle with 2 more strikeouts. Minot then added 1 run in the bottom half. Top of the fourth, Williston got led off by a triple, but it went nowhere. A strikeout, foul out, strikeout, the perfect way to get out of an early jam. Terrell found that. And Minot in the bottom of the fourth, well, they put up enough runs to install the 10-run rule in the 5th inning. Thanks to another couple of hits, 3 of them. Some walks issued by Thomas, 3 of those as well. Minot took a 10-0 lead, and Terrell in the 5th just shut it down from there as Minot High picks up win number 9 in conference play, 10-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Final line for the starting pitchers. Reagan Terrell gets the win for Minot. Run rule short and complete game. She goes 5 innings, allowing just 2 hits, no runs, no walks. Did hit 2 batters and struck out 6 in the start. Terrell with the win. She improves her record to 4-0 on the season, pitching 22 innings over 6 outings this spring. Alana Thomas for Williston is given the loss after pitching 4 innings, 13 hits, 10 runs, all of them earned 3 strikeouts and 4 walks in the game. As for our awards segment here at the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show, can't go home without handing out those. We'll start with the Sport Clips MVP of the game. They're the home to the MVP haircut experience. Check it online with the hairstylist today at sportclips.com or using their app. And I think we got to go with the pitcher in this one. Reagan Terrell, she pitched phenomenal. 5 innings, a shutout, 2 hits, and especially to do that after Williston put up 16 runs in game number 1 on however many hits that was in the opening game. I think it was 18 by the time that game ended. To do that against the batting order that has been so hot for Williston, 10 or more runs in 7 straight games, and to shut him out, got to give the credit there to Terrell. She also added a hit and 3 RBIs at the plate, so not a bad day for Reagan Terrell in game number 2. A 5-inning shutout and 3 runs batted in at the plate. Your Sport Clips MVP of game number 2. As for the Magic City Home Leisure move of the game, again, not really highlight plays out there defensively to give this award to, so probably just a nice offensive play is where we're going to have to go here, and I'm going to have to really dig for this one. Usually in the box score, I put a star by some sort of play, but that first inning, Minot just got back to business right from the beginning of game number 2. So, I mean, probably, I hate to give it to a whole half inning. That kind of defeats the purpose of the move of the game, but that first inning, Minot High, what a response. You lose by 13 runs, and 25 minutes later, bang, you're already up by 6. So to lead off the game with the first 6 batters reaching base on 5 hits, total of 7 hits and 6 runs in the opening inning at the plate for Minot High. Definitely your Magic City Home Leisure move of the game. Or I could give it to Terrell as well. She could sweep the awards for getting out of that jam in the 5th, gives up the leadoff triple, strikes out 2, gets a foul out. I'll leave it up to you. Take your pick. Magic City Home Leisure move of the game. Magic City Home Leisure, the home to the Michael Phelps Swim Spas. They're on Broadway with the inflatable duck. That's how I know it's Magic City Home Leisure right there. And all the hot tubs sitting outside as we get into somewhat warmer weather these days in April in North Dakota. Minot High and Williston split the doubleheader today. The Coyotes take game 1 16-3. Majets take game 2 10-0. So they're back to even in the WDA standings. Minot High 9-1. Williston is at 5-1. Bismarck High split their doubleheader with Mandan, so they're at 7-1 so far. And Dickinson they're right there as well. They're 2 losses, still waiting to see the result of their second game against Jamestown, but we'll find that out. And they won't be in that tie for first place. It'll be Minot, Williston, and Bismarck heading into Thursday's action, and a lot of fun in Dickinson over the weekend coming up with a few WDA versus WDA matchups there as well. Thursday, we'll be back on the air with high school baseball from Bismarck and Minot. Here in the Magic City, it'll be Minot North. Baseball, the Sentinels baseball team getting on the PSP network for the first time ever from Corbett Field as they host Mandan. Hopefully you join us then, but this will do it for the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show tonight. Once again, I'm Owen Patterson. Repeating your final score for the final time. Williston in Game 1. Run rule shortened win 16-3 in 6 innings. Minot takes Game 2 in just 5 innings, 10-0. Hopefully you join us then on Friday, but until then, have a good night, everybody.
The nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair. Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit off, 7, pressure, points, yeah!
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot! Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA and Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms and hit that subscribe button on YouTube. PSP Network. It's game day.
At Shots Crossroads,
We make 8 gallons of homemade ranch dressing every day, so you can smother your dinner salad with it, dip those crispy golden French fries in it, and dunk your breaded chicken strips. You can even cover your... Wait, no. You can't put ranch on steak. Or can you? Shots Crossroads. Don't forget the ranch.